That went a bit early, didn't it? Hello, hello, hello. I am just a smidge late. I kind of forgot what time it was, honestly, and then I kind of panicked and was like, oh no, it's like 7:30. And I'm realizing now that the blind being where it is possibly the worst place for it to be. So I'm just going to have to try and like lean backwards. Please let me know, everyone, if, oh god, that light, if you can hear me, if you can see me, if everything is good in that regard. But golly, that light is going to get really annoying. But we have now gone past the summer solstice, and so I've got to make most of it, because it's going to be fleeting from this point onwards. But by golly, I'm dazzled. Okay, which you can I'm kind of doing an elf thing here completely accidentally, but I'm going to roll with it. So, how has everyone been? I hope you've had an amazing summer solstice. I'm just going to move the microphone so it might be loud for just like a few seconds. Okay, that's in a better place. So, I hope everyone has had a fantastic summer solstice. I'll be honest, I didn't really do much. My summer solstice was mostly spent doing chores and running errands. But alas, that is life. So we're going to have to ignore this that's going on here. Technically, the window is already closed. Like, I can't do much else besides just deal with this happening. So we're just going to have to work around it. So, as usual, this is my I was going to say quarterly. It's my monthly live stream. My door hasn't completely closed, so I'm going to go and fix that. You can just kind of see the edge of a jacket. And this is a witchcraft Q&A, so I'm going to be trying to answer as many questions about witchcraft and paganism from the chat that I can get through in a few hours. I've got no idea how long they're going to be, and afterwards I do post these on the YouTube channel. So if you do miss it, or if you're not able to sit through the entire stream in one go, because it is quite long, feel free to come back on the YouTube channel in maybe like 6 hours, and it typically has been uploaded by then, but it does take a while because it is quite a long stream. So with that being said, feel free to post any witchcraft, paganism, spellwork, ritual questions that you have in the chat, and I'm going to work chronologically, so try not to repeat questions too much. If I haven't answered it, it's usually because I haven't got there yet, because I do tend to fall quite a way behind the chat. I will go and close the door though, just so that you can't see my coats, which usually are hidden, but the door didn't close properly. Okay. Haha. Now it is closed. Okay. Whew. Okay. So I'm going to scroll all the way up to the top. I'm going to be dazzled so much doing this. And let's have a look. So one thing that I almost always do is ask where everyone is from. I already have a few here. We have Bangalore in India, Ohio, Croatia, Arizona, Kansas, New York City, Scotland, South Dakota, Canada. Wow. Another Arizona, Florida, Wisconsin, UK, Netherlands. Oh, more from India. We've got lots of people from India here today. Idaho, Netherlands, California, Texas. What have we got down here? We have, wow, it's moving so fast. Turkey. Oh, Trinidad and Tobago. I really hope I'm saying that right. Turkey. I'm pretty certain I already said that. I'm just repeating myself now. California, Lincolnshire, North Central Florida, South Carolina, Belgium, Alaska, Surrey, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Poland, Philippines, New York, Dumfries, Scotland, South Africa, Italy. Another Surrey. Lots of Surreys here tonight. California, Colorado. Wow, so many people. So thank you for taking the time in your evening, morning, lunchtime, whatever it is, to sit and listen to me waffle for a few hours. I really appreciate it. So, as I said, I'm going to scroll up and let's have a look at some of the questions. I did get quite a few before the chat actually started, so I'm going to go through those first. So we have, do I have to speak my ancestors' language when I talk to them? I'm not good at it and they didn't speak English. Would they hear me if I speak English? So this one is very much going to vary depending on opinion. A lot of people consider ancestors and spirits to be able to recognize and acknowledge all language because they are passed over from the physical world into the spiritual world, and therefore they are privy to spiritual knowledge that perhaps the mundane physical world doesn't understand, where other people will say that you have to speak your ancestors' language. Ultimately, I would say the biggest thing that I can tell you is that actions speak louder than words. So if you are expressing emotion to them, it doesn't really matter what you are saying. That emotion is going to come through both physically, emotionally, and energetically. If we give offerings or have items out on an altar, that represents something that is of significance. That is why you are giving it as an offering. And regardless of what you are saying as you are giving it, the fact that you are giving it is kind of a universal offering of, I am giving this to you. And then ultimately it depends. You could use things like translation apps to give you a vague idea. You could also use pictures and symbolism to represent what it is that you are looking for aid with or support with. But also when it comes to receiving answers from ancestors, often this comes in the form of dreams. And these dreams often don't have an ancestor standing in front of you talking to you. Instead, it is more like a story that you will then gain insight from after the fact. So I'm not really sure it matters whether ancestors can understand us with our speech, because they can understand us with our intention, with our thoughts, with our feelings, and also within our dreams. And they're all really common ways of people communicating with us through the spiritual connections that we have with them. So ultimately it depends on your specific avenue within the spiritual world, but I don't really think it matters all that much. And ultimately, especially if we are communing with the unknown dead, these are ancestors that maybe we don't know personally, we have no connection with directly besides they are part of our lineage. Oftentimes they will have spoken a different language to us anyway. Even if you were born in England and all of your ancestors come from England, the language that we're using isn't the same now as it was 500, 600 more years ago. So even then, you're going to have like differences in language. So I think intention matters more than language, is what I was trying to say with all of those words. I will apologize now if I am particularly nasally or sniffy today. Hay fever is kicking my ass. I'm not sure if anyone else is experiencing the same, but I don't know what it is. The grass this year has just come out fighting. It's like, oh, I'm going to take you down. And yesterday I think I sneezed like 1,000 times, and I'm not okay with that. So if I feel or sound a little bit kind of up in here, that is why. Because it's inevitable if I don't say it, someone will mention it. So I'm just going to say that in advance. So the next one is, I'm autistic and have been looking for something to help with sensory overload. I was told grounding or veiling would be my best bet, but I don't know if this is true or admittedly what they are. So from what I know about sensory overload, of course I am not exceptionally knowledgeable on this subject, is that it's going to vary person to person on what specific things are going to be, you're going to be more sensitive to. So the people I know, some are more sensitive to smells or to sounds. Sometimes it is to things like temperature can get really overwhelming. And so it's going to very much depend on what it is that you have difficulty with sensory-wise. So veiling is the covering of the head with cloth. It can be different cloths depending on tradition, religion, and all of this. Many people do it for religious reasons and spiritual reasons. Some people will do it for other specific reasons. I do not veil, so I would recommend maybe looking into, I'm trying to think of a content creator who does veil. I believe that Chaotic Witch Aunt uses a veil for different reasons perhaps, but that could give you some inspiration as to the different techniques that you can use, the different fabrics and things that might work for you. I'm not certain on whether they will have any information on it, but it could be useful as they, I believe anyway, do incorporate that into their practice. When it comes to grounding, grounding is the returning of excess energy to the earth and also the drawing up of energy for spellwork and ritual as it is required. So this could be useful if you do find that you are getting overwhelmed, not only with our standard senses, but also with additional senses. So if you are sensing energy all the time and this is becoming exceptionally overwhelming, then that could be something that you can do to kind of get rid of all of that energy that you are building up and storing from other people that you do want to get rid of if it is becoming overwhelming. But I would recommend trying to find, I am not sure of any myself, so if anyone has any recommendations of other practitioners who do struggle with sensory overloads, because that way you can get like a direct source of what works for them. But of course, everyone is going to be slightly different in what causes their sensory overloads and how they deal with it. Wow, words today. I recently went antiquing and was drawn to this really old hotel front desk bell. Not the little silver ones, but a big, loud bell. What significance do bells have within magical practice? Well, one, that sounds really, really cool. Bells are used in several different ways, and ultimately it depends on intention and also tradition as well. So bells are often used to open and close or ring in and ring out ceremonies, rituals, and circles. So during traditional circle castings within the Wiccan tradition, some will use a bell, and this is where I started to use bells. Is that bell, as the individual is walking around the edge of that magical circle, they are ringing that bell. And the action of ringing that bell helps to delineate that space, and it essentially rings in that ritual. So when that circle is cast, you would ring a bell. And then as that circle is being uncast, or as that ritual is coming to a close, you would walk the opposite direction and you would ring the bell back again. And that is the closing of that circle or ritual space. You can also use bells to call upon different spirits and entities that you are working with. So if, for instance, you have a particular servitor or a familiar, you could, in essence, write into their clause or the information that you give them that if you need their help, then you would ring their bell. And then when that bell is rung, it acts as like a calling card, a little bit like school bells to tell the kids that it's time to go back to class. You could use it in a similar way to call upon spirits. Some of my deities, mostly Bridget, who has an altar just over there, I have a bell on there, and I will use that as a way of both energizing that space, giving a musical offering, and also as a way of giving thanks. And it's almost like just a little thing that I can do, that I'm actively choosing to take time to do, that is a small offering to say thank you for your assistance on this particular day or that. So those are just a few ways of doing it. People will also use bells as cleansing, a little bit like sound cleansing. They will ring a bell as they travel throughout the house. And some people will choose two different bells. So my bell that I use for ritual work and offerings is a really tinkly sounding bell, like it's really light and bright. And then if I was to use one for cleansing, I would use something that is a little bit louder, something that I would consider to be quite obnoxious and would really disturb me if I was sleeping and relaxing. So I would then use that to kind of disrupt and shake up that energy. So they're just a few ways of using bells, but there are lots and lots out there. Oh, hello, Lance. And I do believe yes. Thank you so much for being here. I always miss it when people come in, so I feel like I should point that out now before I forget to do it. Oh, do you know any books that talk about England's mounds, barrows, and wells and how they relate to magic? I don't have any specifically, and that's mostly because there isn't all that much information on it. Mostly what we can draw from it is folklore, mythology, and tradition. So, for instance, like wells were often converted into being Christian shrines. And so what were once well spirits then became water saints and spirits that were attached to the Christian religion and also to water. And then you get the well dressing ceremonies, which still happen across the UK and probably further afield as well. And although they've lost their meaning and we actually don't have really any sources of information on what individual wells were used for magically or with cunning folk and wise folk, we can kind of extrapolate some information from what they're used for today. And the same kind of applies to long barrows, mounds, and these kind of things. A lot of the information about them we simply don't have in the context of when they were created, because a lot of it was all oral traditions, not much of it was written down. Anything that was written down by people who weren't a follower of those traditions. And so we've kind of lost a lot. You're more likely to find books on history And then if you can look through history books on the subject, you'll likely find patterns repeating with the things that are found in long barrows and the things that are done within communities that you can then take information from and say, oh, that's interesting, maybe that has a magical association that's been lost. That's my experience with this subject, but if anyone has any specific books on magic and these subjects, that would be really cool to know about, and I would absolutely love to learn more, but I've not seen all that much about it. Where was I? Best books on healing with witchcraft. And do you know anything about gargoyles, how to work with them, or books on working with them? Okay, so healing with witchcraft is not something that I really mess with on YouTube, mostly because people have a tendency of going, oh, healing with witchcraft, that means I don't have to take my medication anymore, and it becomes kind of hazardous. So I personally don't have any books specifically on healing with witchcraft. I do have a few books, I'm just seeing if I can see it over here, but I think I moved it. I have a few books on kind of herbalism and the herbal aspects of it, and that could be something to look into. But in regards to witchcraft solely dedicated to healing, I've not really found all that much, probably because you do kind of get into that grey area of a lot of publishers probably don't like that kind of subject because it does put people at risk. Especially if they are on long-term medication, they decide just to kind of cold turkey quit in replacement for candles, you know? But in regard to working with gargoyles, I do enjoy working with them. And I work with them primarily for protection, as was mentioned. Is it mentioned, or am I reading two comments in one? Anyway, gargoyles, primarily protection. So we primarily see gargoyles on kind of Western European churches and really important buildings. They're these kind of grotesque little crouched figures that are often seen sitting on rooftops and above those spouts, the water spouts that come out of church walls. We often see them overlooking the people below them. And these were essentially protection figures, spiritual protection. And so in my shop, I know that we only ship to the UK, but we sell gargoyle candles, and they are one of my favorite candles. They are so cute. They're actually kind of sizable. They're like this big, but we use them specifically for protection. And you can use candles. You can also use gargoyles that you find at garden centers. You'll often find that people will make them as like little stone figures. You can also find gargoyles secondhand, or you can use pictures and images of them. And they can be used in so many different ways. So you can use them just as a representation of protection, but then you can also imbue them with that protective energy, or you can take it a step further and allow them to be a vessel for a servitor. And then not only is that a representation of protection, a symbol, but it also has all of the energy and the spirit attached to it to offer you additional further protection, which I think is just such a cool way of doing it. And I love kind of mixing in like shaped candles with spirits. That's a really cool thing that you can do. So I love gargoyles. I've never really seen a lot of information from books on the subject. This is mostly all, and I should say this anyway, everything on my channel is a combination of information that I have gained from resources and books and other people and communities, and then the rest of it is just my own personal practice, the things that have worked for me, the trial and error that I have done. So just bear that in mind, that I haven't really found anything much about gargoyles, but that is how I personally work with them. Where was I? It hasn't bounced yet. I'm just lost. It's been one of those days. It's also ridiculously hot right now, so I'm hoping that I'm not going to start overheating with all of the filming lights on. I just have one on for right now, and we'll have to see how that goes. Okay, do you know if there are any books that are great for all levels to learn non-witchcraft practices from Wales and England? Honestly, the simple answer to this is no. Because there is no way that one book can be everything to everyone. That just isn't possible, especially not if you, I mean, I suppose you could do it if the book was maybe like 1,000 pages long, but the majority of books are designed for a specific target audience. I've never found a book that is suitable for absolutely everyone. Even books that are maybe more on the beginner side of advanced practice would still require some level of foundation to go into it. Otherwise, a spell is just a bunch of words unless you've got the energy to go behind it. So I haven't found any books that are kind of a catch-all for everybody. And when it comes to non-Wiccan books, primarily what we have to do is read around it. And that is because even things that people talk about online or in books, and they say that it doesn't have any Wiccan basis, a lot of it has a Wiccan basis. And so we have to be able to read around it, adapt things, take things out as necessary. But if we're talking Wales, England, then you're probably going to want to be looking at some folk tradition, maybe traditional witchcraft, in which case Gemma Gary's books are always a really good option. And I think Roger J. Horn's books, I believe it's Roger J. Horn, also has really good books on the English folk/traditional witchcraft practices. If we're talking about Welsh magic, then Welsh Witchcraft by Mara Starling is a really good read. It covers a lot of information about the landscape and also the local environment, so that if you are not quite well versed firsthand, it gives you an understanding of mythology, landscape, ecology, and all of these things, as well as witchcraft practice, which could be useful. But I would recommend something like Psychic Witch by Matt Oren as kind of that foundational level if someone is a little bit more on the beginner side of things, because a lot of these books don't go over the energy work, they go over the practices and the history. So if you're lacking that energy work, you might find that things just don't work out quite well. I think this light is now too bright, so... Oh dear. Oh, I thought my batteries had died. Okay, they haven't died, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just a little bit over illuminated. Is that better? Is that too dark? We're gonna go with that. We're just gonna go with that. So, where was I? Here we go. What are your thoughts on red candles? Or am I being too superstitious? I've never seen that word before. I'm not sure if it was meant to be superstitious. Sorstitious. Is that a word? I've never seen that before. I apologize if that's a word. My thoughts on red candles. To me, a red candle is absolutely no different from any other kind of candle. It is just a color that is added into it so that if someone would like to add that additional intention in there, maybe it is for a specific subject, such as passion, drive, energy, love, whatever it might be, they can have that additional association. But I don't think red candles are particularly necessary. If you have a white alternative and that works well for you, then you can just go for that. Any book recommendations on Keranos? I don't have any specifically. Most of my workings with Keranos have been through dreams, visions, meditations, psychic work, that kind of thing. I'm sure there are definitely a lot out there. How much of it is based off actual history is an interesting one, because Keranos is one of those deities where often when books are written about this figure, they will combine other deities into the mythology that we don't actually think is connected to him at all. So I'm not sure if anyone has any specific book recommendations. Feel free to leave them in the chat and I will have to check them all out, because I would love more information than what we've got. It's just there isn't really all that much about Keranos that is reliable, which is really sad. We just have like a few image depictions, a little bit of folklore from the cauldron especially that his image is seen on, and then that's really it. We don't have all that much, so I'm gonna have to keep an eye out and have a look. Right, where was I? Here we go. This is one that I saw earlier and I actually got a list up, so I'm hoping this is going to help. So I know Ceridwen's story and I've read the Mabinogi, but what is Ceridwen represented by? When Ceridwen reaches out to me, what signs should I look out for? Also, what type of offerings do I give? So when it comes to the story of the Mabinogi, or within the Mabinogi, the symbolism that we get out of it comes directly from what is written. So any animal that is seen that Ceridwen transforms into is something that is going to represent her, as well as things in the scene as general. So I say this expecting everyone's going to know who Ceridwen is. Ceridwen is a goddess figure within the Mabinogi, and she's most well known for looking over the cauldron of knowledge. And this knowledge is stolen by someone who accidentally, some people say, other people say purposefully, took that knowledge. They tasted the potion in that cauldron, and by doing so, took in all of that knowledge. There is then a fight or chase that ensues, where the characters involved are transforming in and out of different animals and plant forms until eventually Ceridwen catches the thief and takes it into her body as a grain. I think it's a grain of corn. And then, thinking everything is all over, she goes about with her life until 9 months later, Taliesin is born. Now, Taliesin is a figure in his own right, but every aspect of that story is something that we can draw inspiration from. So some examples that you would use is the cauldron. It's a really powerful symbol of Ceridwen. It's seen in almost all of her artwork, all of the statuary. I use a lot of cauldron representation when working with Ceridwen. You also have grain, hawks, hens. You have, let's have a look what else is in this list. The moon is often associated with her, but that's more of a modern addition to this. You also have things such as, I believe I saw earlier, the white sow, I forget how you say this. But it's all about that knowledge, that understanding. Sorry, I just had to get the list up. It's everything in that story is significant. So we have the cauldron, all of the transformations, as well as the location is really significant. And if you haven't already been and you are able to go to the locations from the Mabinogi, they are real places that you can go and that you can visit. And the location where Ceridwen is believed to have lived and the cauldron was believed to have been housed exists in the real world. So that's a really cool way of deepening your connection with the goddess if you have the ability to do so. The other thing in this is what is going to happen when she reaches out. So this is very much going to vary person to person. Everyone is going to be slightly different. For me, I got names. Names were always a big one for me. So when I got both of my goddesses, so Bridget and Ceridwen came through basically at the same time, I would both hear the names in dreams, I would hear them in my day-to-day life. Things around me would suddenly have the names on them where nothing had before. Things would catch my eye where they hadn't before. And at that time, I had no idea who Ceridwen and Bridget were. So there was no subconscious addition of those names into my life because I had no recognition of what those names meant. They just kept coming through time and time and time again for weeks and weeks and weeks until I figured out what it was. For other people, it might come through in dreams. You might have these animal figures appearing to you whilst you are asleep, and these are going to appear multiple times in a row. So it isn't just that you would have one dream where there was corn and a hen, and then that's it forever. Instead, it would be that you would have the same dream, or you would have the same figures or animals in your dreams again and again and again and again, and it would happen over and over, which is why it's really useful to keep a dream journal or diary. So that's one way that she may come through. She may come through in meditations, through music, with the animals that you are seeing. Now, it is important to remember that just because you see an animal, that doesn't mean it's a sign. But if you're seeing an animal that is outside of its natural habitat, or you are seeing this animal appearing again and again in different forms of media, whereas you've never really seen it or noticed it before, then that might be something to look out for. When it comes to offerings, I will often give candles. Now, I do this for all of my deities. It's just the way I work, with a specific oil that is designed to represent that particular goddess. So they will each get their own individual oil, even if the candles are the same. The oils are all unique to the different figures and the different deities that I work with. Other people will utilize water, sacred waters. Some people will give food. And this really depends on what you feel comfortable with, what you have access to. But I find that incense, waters, and fire works really great. Just be careful with fire and all of that. But I just use like a tea light, and I will have a specific candle on the altar that I will use when I need to request aid. So on my Ceridwen altar, I have a big altar plate that is a pentacle, and then in the center I have a big purple candle. And that is what I light when I am needing aid. Any other candle on that altar is an offering candle. And that's how I've worked it out, and that's how it works best for me. Everyone is going to be slightly different. I just waffled a lot, I apologize. I realise after a while I haven't stopped talking. This is a good question, and this was a question I got last time and I didn't answer it properly last time either. Do you have any recommendations from poisonous plants and other useful information before I start my journey into witchcraft? So if we're talking about poisonous plants, I'm going to see if I can find a few. Not poisonous plants, I meant books about poisonous plants. Let's see, where was I? This one and this one. So, in regards to books on the subject, I have two. One I have read, the other I have not yet, so just bear that in mind. This is one that I haven't read. This is Poison Prescription by the Seed Sisters. And this one is all about the information about different ones, different spiritual practices that are used with each of these different plants, as well as the different ways that they have been used and kind of the chemistry of them as well, which I think is really, really interesting. I love how someone has asked if I'm still live. I've only been on for 30 minutes. Yes, I'm still live. It's me. I can do live streams for like 4 hours. So that one is one that I'm looking forward to reading. This one's really interesting. The other one, if anyone is interested in it, is called Plants of the Devil by Corinne Boyer. I absolutely love Corinne Boyer's works, and this one is specifically about the way each of these different plants was used in history. And so this one I really, really love. I read this one so fast, and if you can get hold of it, it's really good. I believe this one is from Three Hands Press, which is also just a really good publishing house. Oh yeah, in regards to like the chemistry, if I can find the section again, it has like a whole section on alkaloids and the way they impact, here we go, this one. So this is the complex nature of witching herbs, and you've got the nightshade family and alkaloids, and it has this entire section. Isn't that cool? I think that's cool. So those are two books on the subject. One is of a more kind of scientific nature. The other is more of a folkloric nature. This one is my favourite so far on the subject, but I'm sure both of them are really good depending on what it is that you're after specifically. So the rest of this was, and any other information before I start my magical journey into witchcraft. Generally, it's to get your foundations right. If you have your foundations, a little bit like building a house. If you have strong foundations, you can build a strong house. If the foundations are weak, then the house on top of it is not going to be stable. The same applies to magical practice. If you have a really good foundation of practice, you know and understand how to work with your energies, how to move it around, how to direct it. You know how to visualize or in any other way envision your goal, however it is you choose to do it. And then there's rooting of energy, drawing it up from the ground. These things are all really powerful and useful. And so I do have a beginner series on my channel which could be useful. There's also books in there that might be useful even further for kind of developing those foundational practices. But the best advice I can ever give is have your foundational practices down. It's going to make everything just so much easier. Where was I? Here we go. I'm interested in servitors. Could I create one to bridge gaps in my brain? Example, the connection of what I'm eating now to how I feel later is completely missing. Feed it by feeling great after eating. I mean, perhaps. I typically don't use servitors in this way, so it could be worth checking in with some people who perhaps do use it in this kind of way. But I mean, I'm sure it may well work. The worst thing that happens is you give it a try and it doesn't quite work the way you're after. In which case you can just essentially break apart that servitor and then you've tried it. So all I can say is give it a go and see how it works for you. I can't see why it wouldn't, but I have no personal experience in the subject. Well, in servitors in this regard anyway. Where was I? I think I was... Here we go. Bird feathers can also be used for magic. Can you throw some light on bird feathers? Yeah, so bird feathers, as well as any other animal remains, that doesn't necessarily have to come from a deceased animal, just like animal parts, can be used in witchcraft and often are. There are many different cultures and traditions that heavily use their native environment in their magical practice. And then other people will use whatever it is that they find around them within their practice as well. So when we're using bird feathers, for instance, there's kind of two ways you can take this. Some people perceive bird feathers as being a sign. Now, many of you will know my opinion on signs. I am not so much of a fan of, I saw a white feather, therefore I don't have to worry and everything will be fine. And then if I see a black feather, oh my goodness, my world is ending. I'm not really much for that kind of take on signs, but they can be used in a divinatory sense, much like you would when you're doing augury, which is divination through birds. So for divination purposes, you could say, I would really like an answer to this question. Can you show me 3 grey feathers within the next 30 minutes? Or you can say, I am going to this location. Can you show me 6 feathers in separate places within this area? And I will take that as a sign. And you have to be really specific about it, for me anyway, to kind of see that as something more than just a fox got a pigeon. You know, I think you really have to draw that distinction somewhere. So this is a similar way that people will do augury. So with augury, what you would say is, as an answer to my question, I would like to see 3 white birds flying from east to west within the next 20 minutes. And then you would take note of that. And if you were to see those birds, then that would be taken as a positive answer. And if they were to fly in the opposite direction, then that would be seen as a negative answer. You can also have it where things flying away or towards you is significant. Different bird types would be significant. It really varies a lot depending on the style of practice that you have when it comes to divination. So that's one technique of using bird feathers. I would be sure, though, to take note of any natural causes of that. So, for instance, if you have asked for 6 grey feathers and then you come across where a fox or a cat or some other animal has obviously caught a bird and then plucked the feathers out, I personally wouldn't take that as any kind of magical sign. That is just an unfortunate part of the ecosystem that we live within. And so for me, that isn't necessarily something magical. But we can use bird feathers in a magical sense, in that the bird feather has a part of that bird within it. A bit like tag locks for people. So a tag lock is an item that represents you. So this could be nail clippings, hair clippings, a photograph, a signature. It is a part of you. And so tag locks for birds would be something like a feather. So different birds have different associations. Crows and ravens are seen as being very wise, cunning, mischievous, incredibly intelligent, whereas an owl could be seen as intelligent through the mythology, but often owls are not that smart in real life. They're associated with deities such as Athena, and yet in real life, owls are not super intelligent, but they are incredibly observant. They are capable of perceiving things that we simply cannot, and they are very night-based birds. I could just say nocturnal. Why did I say night-based? Anyway. And so we can use that if we do find a feather within our practice to imbue some of that magic into our ritual spell work and anything else. So that's another way of doing it, kind of like a bird tag lock. And with that, you can also request the aid of, say, a raven as a whole. So a bit like working with nature spirits and tree spirits, you can work with an individual tree, or you can work with the collective tree species. You can do the same when working with animals, so you can request a specific animal's spirit aids you if they have passed over, or you can work with the collective animal, so all of the information that the animal is capable of giving you as a whole. So not just your next door neighbor's cat, but the cats as a whole generally, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's a lot of information in one go, but they can be incredibly useful. Do just remember though, depending on where you are in the world, some birds and bird feathers are protected and you are not allowed to collect them, use them, or interact with them. So just make sure you do your research, because I know that in America especially, there's a lot of restriction on that. I'm I'm trying to figure out where I was again. I'm in here somewhere. Oh no. Oh, it jumped. Scroll. Okay, I think I was about here. Was I? Oh, I don't know if I was actually there. I'm not even there. Oh no. I think I might have already lost a few, so I'm going to try and go through these really quickly. So, I recently started a business with my husband and I'm having trouble getting it off the ground. I was wondering if maybe you had some magical assistance advice. So, some just general kind of prosperity advice. Obviously, it's going to depend on what the business is. I don't specifically need to know. I'm just going to kind of give a general overview. So, start with business cards, items that represent your business. I would recommend, if you have already made them, just writing like a little sigil on the back of them, even using an empty ballpoint pen, where you can just like emboss a symbol onto them. That's really useful, especially one that you've created for prosperity, business success, this kind of thing. So just kind of emboss that onto the back of business cards. If you haven't already created business cards, then if you take a symbol, add it into the business card maker that is white or whatever color the background is so it completely blends in, or you make the transparency super duper low so you can barely see it, and then add that into the business cards. And then as you are giving business cards out, you are kind of adding a little bit of that prosperous energy out and about with you, and that way you may find it starts coming back to you again. So that's one way of doing it. You also have the general prosperity workings, so prosperity candles, prosperity spells, this kind of thing. A lot of people, if they have a physical shop, they will use prosperity spells within their office, within their building, whatever it is. This might be a pouch, this might be a doll, this might be a bowl or a dish, it could be a candle that is burning. These kind of things are all really useful. If there is hard floor or a door that you can wash, then if you were to wash it with some prosperity herbs such as basil, this kind of thing mixed in with hot water is a really great way of kind of adding that energy in. A lot of people will also blow cinnamon into their front door or into their business on the first of the month to really add that prosperity incense and that prosperity energy into that space. You can also carry around prosperity symbols, charms, talismans, sigils, these kind of things. You can also have them on doors. If you use a rubber, every time I say rubber, a bunch of Americans laugh. I mean an eraser, but in England we call them a rubber, but I know that means something very different to Americans. An eraser. And on doors and windows, you just draw a little prosperity symbol. It's something that you cannot really see, but it is still there regardless. So that could be a good option as well. So they're just kind of a few general things that you can do to hopefully get it off the ground a little bit. As well as, of course, like social media, putting sigils in social media posts, those kind of things. That's also really useful. Where was I? Your bookshelf looks great. When will we get a tour of your workroom? It's not finished. It's only been 2 years. It's still not finished. I'm in the process of like gutting everything. And also, my supplier of my big jars has stopped selling big jars. And now I'm lost because I don't want to get different sized jars because then they're going to look weird. But the jars that I want aren't being sold anymore. I'm trying to figure that out. It sounds like it's not a big deal, but when you have a wall of jars and it's only half finished, this is kind of a big deal for me. So yeah, that is what I'm currently working on, alongside everything else that I have to do in this house. Okay, could you please give me some guidance on chants that I can use for cleansing or any chant spell work? So I don't really use chanting within my practice, but the general technique of doing it is that you repeat a powerful phrase. So this is something that has been reduced from a generic phrase or a bigger phrase into something that is powerful and punchy. So it wouldn't be something like, I would like to remove excess energy from this space so that I can allow myself to live more freely and allow me to clear my energy. That's too much, right? So you just want something that's like 4 or 5 words that is just short, snappy, clear this space of unwanted energy. That's it. That's all you need. So that's 6. That's literally all you need. And then repeat it as you are working and allow yourself to slowly lose the meaning behind it. So over time, as you are doing it, the words become less like words and more like sound. And you may well find that you start to kind of lose any definition between the words. It might just turn into noise. It might just turn into a tune or a rhythm. And as you're doing it, that's really a useful way of doing it. A little bit like the chaos magic technique of making sigils, in that you forget that you have made it. You forget what the purpose behind it was. You forget what the words were or the letters, and you just use it. And it's powerful simply because it exists. And so that way you can use that one phrase and you just keep repeating it until you get to a point where you are no longer noticing that you are saying or doing anything. You are just doing it. And that applies to all kinds of chanting within spellwork and ritual. I completely forgot the words then. Allow yourself to kind of drop out of it, because the point isn't necessarily to focus on what you're saying. The point is that what you're saying is powerful. And so that's the technique that I have seen used probably the most, but I'm sure that there are many other techniques out there. And what you choose to say or use is going to entirely depend on what it is that you are after. And so I would say create them yourself based off your individual goals. Right. Any tips on using Ouija boards? So this is a topic that a lot of people go, a Ouija board? You're not allowed to use a Ouija board. But generally speaking, my tips would be the same as if you were using any other kind of divination technique. So Ouija boards allow interaction between the spirit world and the physical world, a little bit like pendulums. Anything that allows an interaction, like a physical contact, is going to have the same dangers regardless of what it is that you call it. So if you want additional protection, I would say have a lot of protections in that space. If you are using it within your own home, then I would hope, if you are a practitioner anyway, that you would have some form of house protection. Now, this house protection is ideally going to stop anyone unwanted from accessing that space. And so then when you are using a Ouija board, what is coming through is not necessarily going to be anything malicious, because you have all of these protections, and if anything, also personal protections as well, so that what is coming through is not necessarily going to be able to stick like people think it will, and it won't necessarily have a negative impact on you as a person. If you are doing Ouija boards or spirit boards outside of your home, especially in places that have very extreme spirit activity, like a lot of people do, they will go and they will hope for people to come through, then I would make sure that everyone there that is using that board has their own personal protections, and I would make sure that everyone knows and understands how to cleanse themselves effectively afterwards. So to make sure that people are preferably having a change of clothes, that is something that I would always stick with. So a change of clothes, and then also some kind of cleansing technique that you can use before you leave that space. So what will often happen is people will just get into their car and they will just drive home, and anything that is attached to them, if they haven't had strong protections up, is just going along for the ride. They get home, they get changed, they have a shower, they get into bed. Even if that energy is no longer attached to them, then it is going to be in that space. So I would recommend some kind of cleansing and a change of clothes at the location. And then when people get back home again, to then do a further cleanse, make sure that all protections are good and that they are still up. And then make sure that I would cleanse the board itself, just to make sure that nothing is going to be tagging along for the ride. I will reiterate here, though, that I would do these same techniques if I was using a pendulum in these environments, or really any other form of divination. It being a Ouija board doesn't necessarily give it special interest for me. Any kind of spirit communication where you aren't sure who is around and you don't have all of that protection, I would do these steps just to make sure that everything is fine. Some people will also choose to cover their head when they're doing these kind of sessions. Those are all options as well. It's just depending on personal preference. Right, where was I? Do you know of any good books on dream work or psychic dream exercises or just dream magic for those who have psychic dreams? I don't massively find any book on the subject useful, and that's mostly because dreams are so independent. Each individual person is going to be so unique in how they dream, how they perceive their dreams, what dreams look like to them. I have never found any book on dream magic that I would read again. If anyone has, feel free to let us know in the chat. I have unfortunately never had anything like that be useful for me. What I will say is, if we are having psychic dreams, are we talking, I mean, you don't need to answer this in the chat, just generally. If we're talking premonition dreams, then taking note of them is incredibly useful, just to make sure you write everything down with a date. If we are talking dreams where symbolism is appearing, then that is something where we often have to look deeper into ourselves, at our history, at our connection with the symbol, and also the events that surround it. So I've said this in a lot of my live streams, but a good example for a lot of people is something like a shark. A shark is really scary for a lot of people. It is something that is very negative to them. But if you really like sharks and sharks are really positive to you, then that's going to completely change what that symbol is going to mean. And so it's really important, rather than going to a dream dictionary, which often gives really generic, snake means deception, shark means bad, that's not really that useful. We need to look further into why those things are coming up for us, because our dreams are so, there is a tiny fly, unique and personal to us. And then if we're talking about like dream work from a magical sense, then oftentimes the things that we carry out in our physical lives can carry straight over into dreams. So you can carry out spellwork and ritual in dreams, especially if you can lucid dream. You can just do the exact same energetic practices that you can in the physical world in your dream state. And you can manifest items there, you can see things, you can touch things. If you have lucid dream ability, you can basically create a magical space where you can work, and then the workings that you do will be done in the same way, which I think is just really cool. Like, I love that idea. I love how that's done. I've done it a few times, but I'll be honest, most of the time, my dreams are just really random. Really, really random. I have to have like a real desire to focus, to not just go along with the crazy ass story. Right, where was I? My mother just passed away. Oh, I am so sorry to hear that. I really hope that you are processing and healing. Yeah, that's really sad. I'm really sorry. I was wondering if there was anything I could do or say to help her move on. A lot of the time, especially with people who care about us a lot, the big reason for holding on is that fear that they need to stay and help you. And so a lot of it comes back to that reassurance of, I'm going to be okay, and I want you to go on to experience whatever you are going to experience next. You don't need to hold on for my sake. What is important now is you finding where you are going to go next and what you are going to do next, and I'm going to be okay. You know, a lot of what holds people here is that uncertainty of, will their loved ones be capable and be okay? And ultimately, it's down to the individual how they move on, when they move on. And sometimes it takes a while, and sometimes it happens really quickly. It really depends on how they feel about change. Often people who have been very anxious about change in life are the same in death, and so people need time, and they often need reassurance. And so it's a case of acknowledging, perhaps talking out loud, voicing your feelings, having a conversation. It might sound really silly, but just letting the people around you know in the spirit world, that you are okay, and that if they do want to progress onwards, then they should do that, and that you don't need them to stay for your sake, only if they choose to stay for their sake. You know, just making that clear. And then I really hope that everything starts getting easier and better, and I'm really sorry. I'm gonna try not to cry. I get really sad about these topics. Whew. Right, where was I? I was somewhere. Oh, can you talk about besoms? I recently made one because I felt called to do so, but don't know much about them other than that they are used to sweep energy. So besoms are used in a lot of different ways depending on tradition. In some places they both physically and spiritually cleanse. In other traditions they just spiritually cleanse. You can use them for both drawing in and removing, so that's another additional thing. A besom does not just have to be for removing energy from a space. You can also use a besom to call something in if you sweep inwards rather than sweeping outwards. They can also be useful in dusting rituals. So these are where you would sprinkle, especially for cleansings, a certain herbs and items, sometimes it's salt and herbs, onto the ground, and then you sweep it up and out, and you kind of allow it to physically cleanse your space by using the besom to sweep, but also energetically, both with the besom and also with the herbs and the items that you have added to the ground, which you are then sweeping up. So that is one additional way of using it. Different moon phases are really useful as well. If you want to sweep in prosperity, abundance, good fortune, then using the waxing phase of the moon, where the moon is building in the sky, is a great way of doing that. If you want to cleanse things out, then going for the waning phase of the moon, when the moon is getting smaller and darker, is a great way of doing it. You can sweep in positive energy at sunrise, sweep out negative energy at sunset. That's a good option. And then you can also use besoms as symbolism. They're often used as representations for change and development. So in hand fasting rituals, you'll often find that people will step over or jump over a besom as they are getting married. Whether this is just a hand fasting or a legal wedding, people can do this. They can be used as representations for stepping over the hedge in hedge riding and astral travel. And so people will often place them around beds when they are planning astral travel, to have that metaphorical and also that psychological thing of, oh, we're doing this. This is what we're doing today. That way of doing it. And then they can also be used as symbols of protection if they're placed certain ways around, depending on tradition. Some people will place a besom or a broomstick bristles down. Some people will place it bristles up. It really all depends on tradition, but those are probably the most common ways of using besoms. There are definitely more out there that are more niche based on specific traditions, but yeah, those are all the ways I would use besoms. And I also have one that I use for my altar space. It's really good for kind of cleansing out that energy as well. Where was I? What is the best way to cut old emotional connections with another person? I feel the energy is old and has played out its story over lifetimes. It's time to move on. Any advice on a ritual? Yes, I have exactly a ritual for you. I sound like a telemarketer. That's not what I intended. I have a ritual on my channel that is called a cord cutting ritual. And that one is a full step-by-step, yes, this is live, a full step-by-step of how I carry out cord cutting rituals. You can do this with specialist candles like I've used in the video, or standard candles. And that is one ritual that I would use personally, that I have used myself and that I really enjoy using. This cord cutting style ritual can also be done in different ways, so feel free to do research on different techniques, but that is something that's on my channel that is already up, that's like 30 minutes long, that's like a full step-by-step of how I do it. And that is designed, a lot of people think that that is like a banishing spell to remove people from your life. It's not. Cord cuttings are used to break any leftover energetic or emotional ties after a person has already left. When you've got to that point, as you mentioned in your message, of just being done, like enough is enough, I just need to stop this. You cut those ties, and then everyone is allowed and able to move freely on without having any of those leftover attachments. Okay, so I practice and believe in nature spirituality, but I don't consider myself a witch or Wiccan, just a spiritual pagan. Is it okay to just do simple Sabbath rituals? Yeah, of course. And it's also important to remember that the Sabbats do not belong to just paganism or just witchcraft or just Wicca. The Sabbats are pre-existing traditional celebrations that have been adopted into Wicca and modern witchcraft. A lot of them are Celtic, some are Germanic. Most of them would not have been practiced all at the same time by one group of people. They were often carried out in different parts of the world, some in Western Europe, some in the British Isles, some just in Ireland, in varying places. So yeah, I mean, if that is what you feel comfortable doing, then go for it. There is no one size fits all when it comes to witchcraft and spirituality, so just do whatever works best for you. If you're comfortable, I'd love to hear the experience that proved magic to you. I don't have one experience that did that to me. I have never had, and this is probably going to be like the what am I trying to say? My brain just went, we're going to forget every sentence that you could have just said. I didn't have one experience, and it's going to sound really cliche, but I never had a point in my life where I didn't know that it was going to manifest. Like I have never had that time where I was like, okay, I've got to train myself to trust this process. I've just skipped over that bit because I started practicing really, really early on without having any understanding of what I was doing or why I was doing it. It was just like a default process that I was carrying out. It was only years later when I picked up a book and I realized, oh, that's what I've been doing. And it's only really then that I started to go through what I would consider active practice, because before I didn't really understand what I was doing and I wasn't doing anything any set way. I was just doing what worked, and then I started practicing actively and then learning from that point onwards. And I never had a time where I thought, oh, this is real now. It just always was. So it's very boring, I know, and very cliche, but that's my experience with it. And then over time, things have just manifested. I did a binding spell, and within like that day, basically, I saw results from it. I have done workings to get people to be nicer in situations, and then the next day they're doing the sweetest thing ever, and it was never asked for and I had no idea where it came from, but I did a working the night before. Prosperity spells where before that candle has even been fully lit, it is manifesting for me in the exact way that I wanted it to. So I never had to like relearn how to believe in magic. It just never went away. And then everything else has just kind of reaffirmed it for me. But I know that not everyone is going to experience that. Some people really do have an aha moment where all of a sudden they're like, oh shit, this actually works. And that's the moment where they're like, okay, now I'm going to deep dive into this. Other people will spend half their lives not having an aha moment, and then they'll just continue practicing out of the sheer love of it, and then one day it suddenly starts manifesting. And it works in strange ways. I've noticed that different people have such extremely different experiences. Hi Hearth, I broke a mirror the other day and bad luck is already starting to happen. Any tips on what I can do? Okay. One I will say straight away is, are you certain that the mirror is causing the bad luck? Or is it just bad luck that is naturally happening to you that you are associating with a broken mirror? Because I know that a lot of people are really superstitious. I have to say, my entire life, every broken mirror that I've ever broken has never caused bad luck. But is that because I am not attaching bad luck onto it as something that's happened? I'm not sure. So first, I would say cleanse the mirror and then dispose of it in an appropriate way. That's really the best thing that you could do with that mirror, is just cleanse any energy out of it that might be in it and then dispose of it safely. So I don't mean bury it. I mean do something with it that's going to stop people from getting hurt by the glass or animals or these kind of things. So dispose of it appropriately. And the words, my brain is mush today. And then I would go about countering any bad luck that you might go on to experience. So it would be positive workings to build protection as well as bring good fortune, to manifest positive change in your life, that kind of thing, as a way of balancing out any misfortune or bad luck that you might be experiencing. But all I can say is sometimes bad luck really does just happen, and so it isn't necessarily going to be associated with a mirror at all. It could simply be something unfortunate that's happening in your life, and then it will progress onwards. But either way, doing this kind of counter spell work, it's not necessarily going to make your luck positive. It just balances out any of that negative or bad luck that you might be experiencing. Where was I? I answered that one. So where was I? Oh, I answered that one. Okay. I've heard a lot of people say banes aren't to teach lessons. What do you think they're meant to do? I don't think they're meant to do anything. I am of the opinion that sometimes things just happen, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it is a teaching moment. It doesn't necessarily mean that you've done anything wrong. Sometimes stuff just happens, and that's where I firmly sit with that kind of thing, mostly because I've never been the kind of person to be, oh, okay, well, I went through this terrible thing, but it got me to where I am. Because I think in some ways that is often used by, let's put it this way, there's a certain collection of people within the magical community that go, bad things happen to you because you deserve it and because you need it in order to get better, in order to change. And the problem with that idea, for me anyway, is that it has a victim blamey kind of feeling to it. You know, this bad thing only happened to you because you deserved it to happen, or you needed it to happen. Therefore, it's on the person who's experienced the bad thing, they're the cause of it. I don't like that, and I can't get behind that personally, because sometimes bad things just happen. And it isn't usually the person's fault that bad things just happen, because sometimes someone else does something bad, or sometimes it's a rogue spirit, or sometimes it's ricocheted spellwork, or, you know, whatever it might be. I don't know. It makes me feel a certain kind of way. So for me, it is just that bad things sometimes happen, and I will counter those bad things. You know, if I'm experiencing some negative energy or negative events in my life, I will counter them, but I don't necessarily look too deeply into it, because I think people do have a tendency to kind of bring it back on themselves and kind of self-hate a little bit, trying to figure out a cause for something, when to me, sometimes there just isn't one. Okay, where was I? Oh, here we go. So, thank you so much to your girly. I love your name. It says, can we do spells without all stuff? Yes. I have said things in my head towards people and it happens. Is it possible some people are strong in that way? Completely. I mean, that's how I started my magical practice, is that I didn't have any items. I had no idea of what I was doing. I would just focus my intention on something. I would focus my energy on a goal and it would manifest. That is ultimately the goal when it comes to learning magical practice, because you don't want to have 1,000 magical tools, because ultimately, especially when it comes to me teaching witchcraft, my goal is for people, if they have no items at all, if they were cut off from all magical tools from now till the end of time, they would still have a successful magical practice, because it is all about that central work, that focusing on a goal, that directing of energy, that forceful mindset of this will manifest and I'm going to make this manifest. That mindset is used within manifestation techniques, it's used within witchcraft, it's used within many other different traditions, and it is so powerful. And so, yeah, a lot of people can do this kind of, I call it force of will magic. And it's what I've always referred to it as, because it's the closest I can describe it. But it's that you want something to happen so badly that it happens. And you don't have to have any additional magical tools. It is just something that manifests. And some people will have it like straight away. That's just like their instantaneous thing. but other people have to work really hard on it. And I think it is just that some people are better at some things than others. Some people are really good at their energy work, and some people are really good at divination or psychic work, or they might be really good at working with spirits and this kind of thing. But ideally, my dream for everyone is to be able to carry out their magical practice without having to have like 1,000 different things. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to cut everything off in your life, obviously, but it's really, really useful. So yeah, that's a really, really good question. I don't think anyone has ever asked a question like that, which is really cool. Right, where was I? I was here. Okay. Is there any books that are good about Mabon? I'm getting no inspiration for the Sabbath, and I want to do a rite for my coven. So I have a, oh wow, I just shook the entire table. I have a book series. Here it is. So I don't specifically have a book about Mabon, but the series itself does include a book about Mabon. Oh, and that is this one. So this is the, let's have a look, Llewellyn. So this is one of the Llewellyn book series all about the Sabbath. This one is Yule, but they do all of them. And inside, if I get this up, you have a little, oh, that's so dark in here. You can't even see it. There we go. So it has a contents page that goes over new ways, old ways. It's like the history of that tradition or that holiday season, the new ways that it is used and perceived, as well as spells and divination, recipes and crafts, prayers and invocations, rituals of celebration, correspondences for Yule, and then a further reading section and a bibliography, which I find just incredibly useful. So if I go into like the rituals of celebration, let's have a look what specifically we've got in here. So you've got a section on music and ritual, journaling and ritual. What else? Oh, a fireside festivity ritual for any number of people, a midwinter fire ritual for a solitary practitioner. And it gives you like the setting that you need, the supplies that you need, preparations that you would want to carry out, and then the ritual itself. And this is kind of the layout for all of these books. So I only have this one in my collection for right this second. I'm realizing now that you can see how destroyed my nails are. Anyway, this is the only one that I have in my collection at the moment, but all of them are pretty decent. So maybe check out the Mabon one. I would say if you were going to get them well before the season, like well before the Sabbath, because the Yule one right now will probably be about £7. But if you were to get the Yule one in like November, you're looking at paying like £15. So they are very seasonal, so do try and get them out of season to get a better value on them, because they can be kind of pricey because they're really popular. Okay. Words. Where was I? Oh, okay. After learning about how certain planets correspond with certain meanings and days, I feel now that I have to do certain spells on certain days. But I can just do spells whenever I want? Yes, you can. So the thing with planetary hours, planetary days, all of these kind of things, planetary placements, different astrological placements, different houses, different planets in different houses, you can go bananas with it, right? So every second of every day is mapped out into a planetary time. And that time is associated with a different planet. And so it is recognized as being associated for many different things. So for instance, if something falls within a time that's associated with Venus, then it's associated with love magic. And then Fridays are also associated with love magic as well. The problem that you've got is that it essentially makes it so that every second of every minute of every day is pre-mapped out, which is not going to suit everyone, and it isn't something you need to include into your magic. A little bit like how moon phases are not something every single person has to work with. I spent maybe like 10 years of my practice not working with the moon phases. It's really only been the last 6 months to a year that I've really started incorporating into my practice again. If I were to follow both the moon phases, planetary days, planetary hours, and planetary minutes, as well as the certain placement of the sun in the sky, I would have a tiny amount of time to do any ritual. And I'm talking like minutes, like between like 10:02 and 10:05, it would change like 3 times. And so it becomes really, really difficult if you do want to track everything. Typically, I work on the principle of my focal point is my energy. So my energy is what I'm primarily working with. So what is it that I am after? What are the goals that I want to achieve? What would I like to add into that working? If I think that the solar energy and the daily cycle of the sun is going to be really useful to manifest my goals, then I might include solar energy and a certain time of day into that working. I don't necessarily need to for successful work, but it can be an addition. I can do the same with moon phases. So if I feel like the full moon is going to be particularly useful to this particular working, I can time it alongside all of that, but the full moon energy is not the primary focus of that working. My energy is. The same applies with planetary days and planetary hours. If it's something that you would like to add in, then sure, you can choose a specific day, such as Friday, to carry out a self-love spell. But if you don't necessarily feel you need that additional support of that particular planetary body, then you don't have to use it on that particular day. You can literally do that working whenever you need to, because your focus should be on your personal energy. And that's why I think it's really important to do your energy work, because it is such a good foundation for practice. I'm realising that I'm just carrying a stack of books. I need to find somewhere to put these. I'm just going to put those there. Just on the floor. That's fine. Okay. Where was I? I hope that does answer the question, by the way. Sometimes I'm not sure if it does, but I hope that does answer it. Where was I? Would tomorrow be too late to celebrate the summer solstice? No, not at all. Not for me anyway. I tend to celebrate it from like the 20th to the 23rd. That's like my good range. Because even though technically yesterday was the longest day of the year, and technically that is the summer solstice, it is so minute, the changes between yesterday, today, and tomorrow, that really that powerful solar energy is still going to be there. It isn't going to be quite as strong, but really we're only losing a minute or two of daylight, if that. At this point of the year, it's going to start getting more and more as we get later. You still have that strong energy. So I would say you can still celebrate it tomorrow. Once you get to the point where it's very obvious that the days are not as long as they were on the 21st, then I would say you're going to be struggling a little bit to get the kind of power that you might be after. But yeah, I would still celebrate it tomorrow as well, and I plan to. I'm still putting out, for anyone who watched the video or saw my Instagram, I'm still putting out my solar water to charge. I'm still putting out my solar charging jar to charge. Even though technically it's not the summer solstice anymore, I will still do it until I feel it's been a little too far gone, and then I will move them in and decant them and stuff. Oh, I have the Thoth tarot deck and he doesn't seem to want to work with me. If we don't vibe, should I try to reconcile or give it away? Okay, this is you don't need to respond. As always, every time I ask a question like this, it's usually like just one for you to answer yourself. And that is, do you have the tarot deck because you want to work with the tarot deck, or did you get the tarot deck because you only wanted to work with Thoth? And that's really going to be the distinction here. Most people who have the Thoth tarot do not use it to connect with Thoth. They use it because they enjoy the imagery, they enjoy the system, they like working with it for divinatory purposes. Other people will use it specifically and only to connect with Thoth. And so depending on what the answer to that is, it's going to vary on what you do. If a deity doesn't want to work with you, kind of just have to give them a step back, because if they don't want to work with you, they're not going to work with you just because you want them to. They're going to work with you because they want to as well. So you might find that it's not right now, and it might be right in 5 years, 10 years, who knows? It might be that they never want to work with you, but you're not going to know that at this point. You're only going to know that in 20, 30 years when nothing still has come from it. But I'd say if you enjoy using the tarot deck, you can still use the tarot deck as a tarot deck. It just means that there is no connection there per se with a deity. They don't want to work with you. That's really up to you what you do. I would say though, if a deity doesn't want to work with you, then take a step back and maybe focus on your own practice, your own spirituality, and see what happens from there. Do you know of any good resources on Celtic paganism? Nothing specifically. There's so many books on the subject that it's kind of hard to know what is good and what is not good. I would say if you're looking specifically for history, try to find something by someone who is specialized in that subject. So maybe even not someone from a witchcraft or paganism background, even someone from a historical background who is going to give you accurate information on how the people were and what they did and what they practiced and their day-to-day lives. That might, if anything, give you more insight, because a lot of books from a magical perspective have a tendency to fill in the blanks. If you go for a history book on the subject, then you can extrapolate the information out as you deem appropriate and kind of get the actual facts on what people did and the things that they practiced, the things they believed in, and that kind of thing. I find the books on history are better than the books that are from a magical perspective. Okay, where was I? Can spirit itself drain your energy, especially in dream walking? There was a fly like 2 inches away from my face. So are we talking about external spirits, or are we talking about your own energy? So I'm going to go kind of twofer on this. So external spirits can heavily influence our energy. You can have spirit attachments, you can have what I would refer to as like energy vampires or energy leeches. These can be both people or spirits depending on the circumstance. These will actively drain energy from you over time. You also have your own spirit, which is directly linked to your health and also to your environment. So for instance, if you are doing astral projection, for instance, but you are absolutely exhausted, like you have been working 18-hour days for 2 weeks and you are tired, then you are going to have a harder time doing that work, because although it is your spiritual body, it is your spirit separating from your physical form, there is still a link there, and that is still important for you to nurture and nourish. You know, we can do as many workings as we want, but if we are so exhausted that we are struggling, then that isn't necessarily going to manifest. So the same applies with like dream walking and these kind of things. It's important to look after the physical form as well and the energy of the physical form. Now, with that being said, there are ways to work around this. So if you do struggle with energy, if you do struggle with your physical or mental health, if you do struggle with movement and mobility, there are so many options. You can work with other spirits to aid you so you are not drawing too heavily on your own energy. You can also create or utilize items that hold a lot of energy, such as crystals and magical objects. You can also charge energy into objects in advance, such as a candle. So you can take a candle, if you're feeling particularly energetic on a certain day or you're feeling particularly good, you can charge that candle with your desires to manifest a specific topic or a specific thing. And then later, if in a few weeks you're feeling particularly drained, you have a candle that was, for example, charged with prosperity energy that you can just light. That candle holds the energy that you put into it 2 weeks ago, and so you can still work with your energy even if you do struggle with your energy levels on a day-to-day basis. So that's a way to work around that. The same applies when we're doing like astral projection. If you do struggle with your energy, then you can always use an object that is particularly strong, whether that is a crystal or something similar. You can also use a physical anchor, such as a person, another magical practitioner, who can help aid you with your energy if you are feeling particularly drained. So that's just kind of a few options out there for things that you can do to help, and sort of a yes. It isn't like if you were to do astral projection, you would suddenly just float off or run out of energy. It's more that it's harder to get to that place of astral projection if you are feeling particularly tired in the physical world. Hi Hearth, if you do an ancestor altar, what do you put on it? I'd like to get in contact with mine. So I have, for anyone who's interested in this actually, I have a full video on ancestor altars. I'm not going to be able to link it in the video because I'm live. I don't think it's going to let me do that anyway. But if you just go on my channel Ancestor and you just type it in, or type into Google like Ancestor Hearth Witch, it should come up with that video. And that is all about kind of connecting, how you can connect with your known ancestors and also your unknown ancestors, and the kind of items and offerings that you can give on an ancestor altar. So that's going to go way more in depth into that, and that's a video that is specifically dedicated to the topic. Where was I? Have you seen The Adventures of Merlin? I actually don't know. Is that the BBC one? Because if it's the BBC one, then I've watched it and I absolutely love it. But I think that's the only one I've seen about Merlin. So if it's not the BBC one, then I haven't seen it. But it seems like it would be something that I would actually like. Do you have any recommendations for exploring inner or internal alchemy, or would that be found more in a ceremonial magic approach rather than traditional witchcraft? Gut feeling, I don't think you will find much of it in traditional witchcraft. I think you are more likely to find that in the ceremonial magic sector, the sector that primarily focuses on the history and practice of alchemy in its varying forms. I have not found really any book on traditional witchcraft that covers alchemy in like modern practice. Sometimes you'll find it referenced in the history portion of the book, but never kind of in modern adaptations. So I'd probably go more for ceremonial magic. Do spirits appear transparent to hide themselves, or do they have the ability to have colour? I have seen spirits in full colour. I have seen spirits completely disappear before my eyes and then reappear again. I don't think it's necessarily that they appear transparent to hide themselves. I'd say a lot of the time it is that the people who are interacting with them are not able to see them, and or they have not fully manifested into the physical plane, because the spiritual plane and the physical plane are kind of like this. They're like squished on top of one another. And that is why like fae and other spiritual beings, certain times or certain places find it easier to cross over. Some will cross over at any time, other people won't. And I have had spirits not show themselves at all. They will come through in a different way, and that's usually because that's all they're able to do. That's all their energy is able to manifest in the physical world. So for instance, knocking, banging, things moving, doors opening, these kind of things. I've also had fragrances. So this is another one where they might not be able to come through physically completely, but they can come through with a fragrance. So this could be cigarette smoke, cigar smoke. Alcohol is often a really common one, unfortunately. And then you often have perfume and cologne as well. And then I have seen full body apparitions, both of the human dead and also of fae and other spirits. So I don't necessarily think that it's that they hide themselves. I think in some cases that might be the case. In other cases, it's simply that they don't have the energy to fully manifest. Do you have any suggestions on an oil I can use with or for binding? If you can find a shop that makes a binding oil, or find an oil recipe that you can make yourself, then that would be my recommendation. I wouldn't ever recommend someone use just straight essential oils. I'd recommend always having a botanical oil or a suspended oil, so you've got oil in an oil base, so therefore it's not going to be too hazardous for you to handle, because especially for binding you often find a lot of oils that are used are those that are very irritating, and they can and will give you photosensitive burns, skin irritation, these kind of things. So I would go for, if you can find someone who makes a binding oil that has everything in it that you need, that's probably the best bet. Do you have any tips on how to energize magic, specifically beauty magic? For me anyway, in my practice, it doesn't matter what aspect of the practice I'm working with, it's always going to be the same. I have a full video on how to do grounding and centering. I think they're one video, they might be two, but I have them on my channel anyway. And that is how I energize or how I work with energy to build it up for any ritual that I'm doing. It doesn't matter kind of the goal or the intention or the technique. That is what I will use every single time. And then that built up energy is then directed into the things that I'm doing or the objects that I'm using. So in beauty magic, for instance, it could be charging a lipstick for a specific intention. It could be using certain colors and application that is going to help. It could simply be charms and manifestation, like verbal chants and charms. Whatever I'm using, I will use my energy in the same way. I will just direct it into different things. I have no idea what that is even from. I think it's probably going to be from like an Instagram reel that I just have stuck on repeat in my head. Right. I need to figure out where on earth I was. Do you have any tips on organizing your Book of Shadows whilst using it actively to take notes? This is going to be another where I direct you to a video. I have a video on tips for Books of Shadows, or it's something along those lines. And in there I do have some kind of tips and examples, but what I'm mostly directing you there for is the comment section. The comment section on that video is full of people giving amazing recommendations for how they organize their Books of Shadows whilst they're working in them. My Books of Shadows are kind of chaotic. I have absolutely no order, no direction. At the minute, I'm just writing whatever it is that I'm doing, whenever I'm doing it, just writing it down. That's not going to work for everyone. So that video, I think it's like tips for Books of Shadows, or if you're just typing like Book of Shadows on my channel, it should come up. I believe I'm wearing a sparkly green shirt. I don't know why I'm remembering that way. But the comment section on that has so many good ideas. Do you work with crystals? If so, what ones do you like to use? I do enjoy working with them, but they aren't a primary part of my practice. And so for me, I will very carefully get additional crystals from specific suppliers that I can trust and that I know that they are doing their research. They know where everything is coming from. They know who is getting it, more importantly. I will occasionally get new crystals. Most of the crystals that I have are ones that I purchased like 10 years ago, and I will just repeatedly use them. I will use basically any crystal. My favorites, however, are quartz and heat-treated amethyst and citrine. Some people will be going, oh my god, heat-treated amethyst, how could you use that? I actually really enjoy using heat-treated amethyst. I find it to be incredibly useful, and if you do too, we're together on this. I enjoy using it. I just want to make sure that people are selling it and calling it the right thing. But those are the two that I love the most. There are, however, some that I flat out do not like using. I don't. Agate, however you want to call it, I don't like it. I have never been able to get on with that category of stones. I try really hard, and sometimes I'll add them into workings, but usually I don't. I'm not very good at using those ones. So I primarily will use the quartz family is my preference typically with stones, and this is really useful if you live in an area where you can find it naturally. I mean, out and about, sometimes you will just find quartz here, and you can also get it at garden centers. They often add it into gravel, so that's a way of doing it as well. But yeah, quartz is probably my favorite to work with, but if in doubt, you don't need to use any crystals, and if you're going to get any, I would recommend getting them from a sustainable source or a sustainable, trustworthy supplier. Right, where was I? Whew, it is getting hot in here. The lights are so bright. I was wondering if you had any recommendations for starting in storm magic. I want to start, but I don't know where or how, and I couldn't find that much information. Yeah, there isn't that much information out there, and I cannot recommend a book for you because I've never found one of any value. But I may or may not be typing things out in regards to this, and that is all I'm going to say. But probably the best advice that I can have on this topic is go with your gut instinct. So when it comes to storm magic, primarily what we are doing with storm magic is we are utilizing that energy. We are taking that energy in. So instead of taking it from the earth, we are taking it from that storm environment. So just try playing around with things. The technique that you use for grounding or drawing up energy, use that and direct it towards that storm that is brewing and work with that energy and see how it feels. Write things down, test it out, see how things manifest, see how things don't manifest, because not everything is going to work the exact same. Things are probably going to feel completely different when using storm energy to using the earth's energy, and that's fine. It just takes a while to kind of get accustomed to it. Figure out which workings that energy works best for and which ones it maybe doesn't, and then you can try different techniques. Try manifesting or chanting words as that lightning is crashing to earth, basically. And that is a giant discharge of energy that is a massive fuel for power, which is just phenomenal to work with. You can also collect items and objects from the weather in general that we can then use in our spellwork and ritual, and can act as kind of giving it a kick up the backside to supercharge magical practice with that storm energy. You can use storm water for cleansing and all of these kind of things. There's so many different options. There's not really that much resource out there for storm magic, so just trial and error it. And that's the thing, never be kind of scared to trial and error it. If you know how to work with energy, if you know how to protect yourself, just give it a try, because the worst that happens is it doesn't work out quite so well, and then you can counter it with your protection, your cleansing, and all of that kind of stuff. Or you might find it works out brilliantly. All of my storm magic practice is done solely based off trial and error. Like, literally just trial and error. Oh, Phil, hi. Asking the ice cream questions. I know I'm that far behind. Favorite ice cream flavor? Chocolate. Or mint chocolate. I'm one of those people that likes mint chocolate chip ice cream. I know some people think it's like eating toothpaste, but I think it's nice. Right, where was I? I think I was... Oh. I think I was about here. Any books on vampire magic that are recommended? I feel that my magic is sympathetic to those mythical creatures. I'll be honest, vampire magic is not one that I've ever seen any decent books on. You'll occasionally get one that is primarily focused on, say, the vampire lifestyle, and then it's got kind of witchcraft thrown in there alongside it. I have not very often found any books that are specifically on vampires as like an archetype or a figure or anything like that. There's a few books out there on werewolves from that perspective, but I've never really found any about vampires. If anybody has anything, do let us know, because that's a really interesting topic. Where was I? I'm honestly completely lost. I'm just kind of vaguely guessing where I was, because it jumped and now I'm like, oh no, I have to move so quickly so that I don't lose anything. Okay, are there any differences between protection from negative spirits and protection from those who can have physicality when they choose, like dangerous cryptids? I think it's very unlikely that you're going to come across a cryptid, generally speaking, and also it entirely depends on your definition of a cryptid, because some people consider them to be physical beings. Like, people consider Bigfoot to be a physical being, but then other people consider Bigfoot to be a spirit. And then you've got things like Mothman and these kind of things. But the thing is, the big difference is protection against negative spirits is not going to block out anything that can manifest itself in a physical way. It's only going to block out things that are going to negatively impact you. So, for instance, I have spirits in my home who can manifest physically. They can move things, they can knock on things, they can shout, they can touch things, all of that stuff. But there is nothing that is actively trying to cause harm, therefore it doesn't get kicked out by the protections. The same would apply in this situation. So if a spirit can manifest physically, that isn't really too much of a concern. The concern is what the intention is in regards to that manifestation. And so if that spirit is trying to manifest physically to cause you harm, then a protection to deter spirits that are harmful will stop that spirit. But if they're just going to manifest physically and just move things without any kind of harm being attached onto it, then a protection wouldn't keep them out. Unless that protection was like a catch-all for every kind of spirit, which some people do. do. Yes, I am about 12, trapped in a grown-ass body. The number of times, I'm not even joking, that I have to edit that out of my videos is absolutely ridiculous. I say do way more often than I should. It makes me laugh every time. Do you believe that spirits such as fae, elementals, or demons are an external phenomenon, or that they are actually manifestations of our own psyche and mental experiences? For me, entirely external. Some people are like, oh, the devil made me do it. Oh, the demons were talking to me. But oftentimes it kind of goes one of two ways. Sometimes it is a release from, how do I describe this? It's a release from that control of like, oh, I didn't do it, someone else told me to do it and that's why I did it. And other people, for them, it's a manifestation of mental health. And so that is its own separate category. For me though, the fae are entirely external. They do their own thing, they exist in their own realm, they have their own lives, they have their own families, they don't give a shit whether I'm alive or not, and honestly, it doesn't matter if I am alive or not, they will still be there. You know what I mean? Like, people have documented fae and then have passed away, and people have experienced those same fae in their own lives, separate from the person who originally saw them. So for me, they're separate. Everyone's going to have their own individual perspective on that, but that's just mine. Is it normal to feel exhausted after spell work or spell casting? No, you are not grounding your energy. You are using too much personal energy, and that is why you feel tired. So what happens is, if we are using our own personal energy, if you use too much of it, it starts impacting our physical lives. It makes us tired, it makes us feel sick, it makes us feel kind of bleh. And although it is important to get that checked out if it's happening a lot and it could be caused by an underlying medical condition, if it is just after spell work and then you have some food or you have a sleep for a few days and then you feel better again, it's often a cause of spell work where you are using too much personal energy. So the counter to this is that you use an energy source to power your working. So for example, you can center and ground your energy. By grounding your energy, you are pushing those tendrils of energy into the earth and you are drawing up Earth's energy, which is then going to fuel that working. You are essentially a vessel for that energy. You are drawing it up, you are directing it out, and at the end of the day, you are still going to have the same amount of energy as you started off with, because you are a conduit of that energy. It's going to pass through you and out the other side. And any excess energy that you have can be returned to the earth, and if you feel ever that you're a little bit drained, you can draw some up from the earth, and then your energy levels are staying normal. If you are feeling exceptionally drained after every single spell or ritual that you are doing, it's because you're not utilizing your energy effectively. You are using too much personal energy, and you need to be essentially outsourcing that energy to something else, whether that is the earth, whether that is to stones, whether that is, whatever else you're working with, a storm. You need to be kind of taking some of that energy from elsewhere, especially on big workings. I have, as mentioned earlier, a full video on cleansing, centering, and grounding, which is useful for this topic, just to give you a little bit of additional information on how you can do that for yourself. And hopefully it improves how you feel afterwards, because I have felt kind of drained after a working for a few occasions, especially early on in my magical practice when I was starting more ceremonial, more intensive style energy work. And once I learned grounding, it's never been like that since. So that's a really useful technique. What are your thoughts on Northern mythology, and especially Sif and Hel? I unfortunately do not know very much information about Northern mythology at all. So I would thoroughly recommend seeing if you can find someone, whether that's a YouTube channel, whether that is someone on Instagram or social media, who is more well versed in this subject, to kind of give you a little bit of extra insight on their opinion on it, because I don't really know anything about Northern mythology besides really the basics. So yeah, unfortunately, not the best to answer that one. How do you dispose of offerings after a Sabbath or a ritual? That depends on what the offering is, what you're using it for, how you've used it, all these kind of things. So offerings can be returned to the earth depending on what they are. So if they are food-based, then you can return them to the earth, put them in compost. If it is liquid, like tea, water, that kind of thing, you can return that to the earth as well. If it is something like items, stones, then these can be cleansed and then utilized again later. If it's incense, sorry, coughing. If it's incense, then that is obviously done and gone. You're probably going to want to wait a little while depending on what that offering is for. But generally, return to the earth, dispose of appropriately, or cleanse and reuse are your best options for offerings. I'm trying to figure out where I was again. Yeah, and my channel is not great for people who don't like random noises. I say forewarning, but I've already been streaming for like 2 hours. So if you didn't notice that by now, I make a lot of random noises when I'm streaming. Right, where was I? Oh, goodness. This is an intense question. Okay, this is a lead on from that last one, which is if I use milk for an offering for Bridget, how do you use it? Wait, how do I use it because of spoiling? So an offering is, especially for figures like Bridget or the Fae and characters like this, the offering is then given, usually to the earth, and then you don't necessarily have to worry too much about it, or you would place it out, and then the following day, you would only take like a small amount, so like a shot glass worth of milk. You would put that on the altar, and then the next day you would wash it away or return it to the earth, that kind of thing. So I wouldn't leave offerings out, especially if they're food, for more than like 2 days, depending on your environment, because things are going to spoil really badly and it's going to get really nasty. Okay, this is a question that I am not going to know the answer to because I do not know Christian tradition or saints or anything of the sort. But some of you might know the answer to this, so I'm going to read it out. Is there a synchronized version of Saint John the Baptist in any pagan or earth-based spiritual systems? Solar deities, maybe? Cheers. I like the cheers on the end. I don't know really anything about saints. It's not my forte. If anyone does know of any kind of figures that represent something similar, feel free to let us know in the comment section because I have no idea. Where was I? Do you have to feed a servitor the same way you give offerings to a deity? That depends on what the agreement is. That depends on words. Depends on what the agreement is. It depends on what that servitor is being used for. It depends on how long that servitor is going to survive for or has a job for. So many factors. If you've said that you will give an offering to a servitor every week or every day, then that is something that you would have to do. But some servitors are self-powered and you don't need to give them any offerings at all. Some servitors are not going to survive or exist long enough to need additional feeding and support. It entirely depends on kind of the duration and the purpose of that servitor, and it is incredibly flexible. Do you have any tips on forgetting a spell to help it come to fruition? I know that there's a rule for not obsessing over it. It's not a rule. And so that it can come to pass, but I have an excellent memory. It's not a rule. This is a concept from chaos magic that was added into the creation of sigils. And then it kind of started trickling over into the rest of witchcraft, and I don't really get it. You don't need to forget a spell for it to come to fruition. I actually find the opposite to be more successful for me, because the more I focus on a working, the more power I'm adding to it. The only caveat I will say to this is that if you are actively thinking to yourself, this isn't going to manifest, this isn't going to manifest, this isn't going to be successful, oh my God, it's not going to be successful, it's not going to be successful because you are countering that work. Because every time you're thinking about it, you are thinking something negative, and so that's going to be a problem. But generally speaking, you can think about it as much as you want. If every time you think about it, you are just adding extra power into that working, you're just remembering how powerful it was and the feeling of it, then it's not going to do anything negative to that working. There are no rules when it comes to generalized witchcraft. Different traditions and different religions within it may well have their own rules and guidance. But when it comes to things like this is an aspect of tradition that has been extrapolated into everything else. So from my knowledge, this comes from chaos magic. This is where the creation of sigils is designed to be forgettable. So you create a sigil and then you forget about it. But if you actually think about it, people have been writing in grimoires for hundreds of years. There would be no written record of magical practice if we had to forget about it and never think of it ever again once we'd done it. There would be no books of shadows. There would be no grimoires to translate. There would be nothing, because once that working is done, you said it, forget it, you never think about it ever again. There would be no point in writing it down. Instead, the powerful workings that we do are documented so we can repeat them again. The sheer fact that we documented them means we haven't forgotten them, and therefore that working shouldn't manifest, and yet it does. So this one is very much personal preference. Some people forget their workings after they've done them. I don't. I like to document them. I like to check up on them. I like to repeat them if they've been particularly successful. And so that isn't possible if you are just setting and forgetting. I know this is kind of a lot of words, but I hope that makes some sense. It's very much going to be an individual basis how you choose to work with your spells and rituals, and whether you ignore them or not. Yeah, personally, I like it. I like remembering them. I keep sigils. I keep note of the sigils that I've created and the sheet that I've used to create them, so that if necessary, I know what I've used and I can do it again. So, thank you so much. I'm going to try and say this properly. Is it Eris Incarnate? I'm hoping that's right. Thank you so much. Every donation honestly massively helps me to pay for my electricity bill to do this and all of that kind of stuff. So thank you so much for all of your support. And if you do enjoy the live streams in general, to anyone who is listening, if you can give it a like, it would take like a few seconds, and it massively helps to tell YouTube that you like the content, and then it will recommend the content more. And also it will be more likely to tell you when I'm going live again, because sometimes it doesn't tell people and it's really frustrating. So thank you so much. Where was I? I was here somewhere? Here somewhere. Oh no. Oh, it's gonna jump. It's gonna jump so bad. Oh no. Oh goodness. Okay. I'm gonna have to read this one really quick before it jumps. Do you think that there is a global trend of a combination of witchcraft, yoga, tarot, women's empowerment, feminism? What do you think about this approach? What's your opinion about witchcraft retreats? Oh, this is a lot in one. So, there's a few things that go into this. There's definitely a trend or a popularization of women using witchcraft to empower themselves physically, mentally, spiritually, all of that kind of stuff. That's definitely a current trend, and it's really powerful for a lot of people. I will emphasize here, though, that witchcraft is not just a women's practice. It can be practiced by anyone. Historically, it was practiced by anyone. If you think back to the witch trials, I know that most of the people accused didn't actually practice it, but 25% of those accused were actually men. And in some places, especially, I think it's Germany, there's one village where basically every single person that was convicted of witchcraft was a man. Not a single one of them was a woman. So I just think that that's important to bear in mind. It's an exceptionally powerful tool, and I praise anyone who uses it to empower their own lives and to grow themselves as a person, physically, spiritually, emotionally. It can be an incredibly powerful tool for both people, well, not just both, but for people who are female presenting, male presenting, people who are non-binary, whoever it is, it's an incredible, powerful tool. I will say, however, that most of yoga that we are seeing, like in the modern sphere, is not really yoga. It's like a westernized approach to yoga, but it isn't actually yoga. So I'd say if you want to learn yoga. And if you want to learn stretches with goats and cute puppies, then that's fine too. But it's just not the same thing. I just feel like I need to point that out. But yeah, I think it's incredibly powerful for that. In regard to witchcraft retreats, I think they can be incredibly useful and they can be super empowering. People make lifelong friends on these retreats. Not all of them are going to be great. So just bear that in mind. Not everyone is going to have a super positive experience. It is important to remember that these retreats are very intense. Not everything that people carry out during these retreats is going to be something that you're going to vibe with. So just bear that in mind. If a retreat is not really for you, then there are courses that you can take. There are MBS shows, gatherings, festivals that you can attend where you can go and do some courses with people during the day, and then you can listen to some music and make friends at night. And there are many options out there beyond just witchcraft retreats if witchcraft retreats aren't really for you. But yeah, some people absolutely love them. Absolutely love them. And other people would not touch them with a barge pole. They're like, I am not working with other people. I do not feel comfortable doing that. And that's fine too. You know, everyone is going to be slightly different with that. But yeah, that's a really interesting question. I do, however, now have to scroll up about an hour to figure out where on earth I was. Oh my goodness, I hasn't cut it off. Okay, I just need to go like really fast so that I don't lose any of them. What are some good bones to work with? The best bones to work with, if you are so inclined to do so, would be any bone that you are particularly drawn to, or any bone belonging to an animal that you are particularly connected to. So for instance, this could be a hare skull, or this could be, I'm trying to think of an animal off the top of my head and suddenly I can't think of a single animal that has ever existed. This could be like a fish bone, this could be a hare skull, these kind of things. If you feel drawn to them and the animal, after you've asked, has agreed to work with you, then really any bone that is legal and safe for you to be working with is going to work well in your magical practice. So it's really variable in that regard. There is no one size fits all. And I say that a lot, but it's true. There's no one size fits all when it comes to magical practice. So, where was I? Do freezer spells or freezing spells wear off? Yes. In my experience, they do. I personally would not use a freezer spell for any kind of long-term working. So a freezer spell is where you take a situation and you freeze it. You basically stop movement on it so it doesn't get worse. It also doesn't get better. You're not getting rid of it. You're just stopping it in its tracks. And the problem with the cold is that over time, people have a tendency to get used to it and situations have a tendency to get used to it, and you will find that over time, after maybe like 3 to 6 months, that situation will start moving again. It's going to move slower than it would do if it wasn't frozen, but it is still going to start moving. And then as more time progresses, it's going to move more and more and more because it's become accustomed to that frozen environment. So typically, freezer spells are used for short, sharp relief from a situation so that other changes can be made to correct it or to get out of it. And that freezing spell may be thawed and then refrozen, thawed, refrozen multiple times to ensure that what you are doing, the changes that you are making, are actually being successful. So for instance, if you have a boss that is just really not very nice to you, it's a situation that just isn't healthy and you really want to get out of that, but you feel like you can't think straight because there's always so much going on, you might freeze that situation in a freezer spell. While that is frozen, the situation is not going to get any worse. It might just stop dead completely in its tracks, but you still need to be doing the work to get yourself out of that situation. It could be that you spend this time getting your boss to really think about what it is that they're doing. Are they being particularly negative? Are they pitting people against one another? This kind of thing is going to have a really negative impact on the community at work. And so you could then use some kind of mirror spells to get them to reflect on their actions and see if that is going to change that environment and that situation. You might also spend that time trying to find other work or trying to diffuse the situation in other ways. So you would make a change, defrost that spell, see if it works. If it hasn't, you refreeze it again, change something else, so on and so on. But as mentioned, over time, if that spell is just kept in the freezer permanently, it's not going to have the same impact it did to start off with, which is why a freezer spell is not a permanent form of working, at least not in my experience. You would then, if you needed to, be going on to doing some banishing spells, or you need to get yourself out of that situation in other ways. And that could be reporting them to people higher than for their misconduct. That could be just getting yourself out of that job and that situation. I know that isn't always easy, but a freezer spell isn't a permanent solution, essentially, because eventually it will start wearing off. It's a bit like a binding spell. A binding spell is fine, and it's going to do the job short and sharp, but I find after about 3 months, those ties start loosening a little bit, and then you either need to tighten them a bit more or do something like a banishing spell. It obviously depends on the situation as to what would be more permanent. It entirely depends on what is happening and what is being frozen. If it is someone, then you could always try banishing, but that isn't always going to manifest successfully depending on the ties that are holding them to their place. So essentially, when it comes to doing banishing spells on like people and situations, the success of that is going to depend on how many ties are holding that person or situation in place versus you pushing on it. If it is not many ties, then a lot of that force that you are putting into it can make movement. If it is 1,000 ties, then it doesn't really matter how much you push, it's not going to budge, and then you're going to have to find an alternative situation, perhaps one that gets you into a better, more positive environment, rather than trying to change the situation that you are in. It could be worth just getting out of dodge and just trying to avoid it as best as you can. I hope that helps, because I don't need you to give me too much information, because that's really private and personal. I have to be kind of general, but I hope that some of it is helpful. I really hope. Whenever I decide it's time to come out about their practice, how do I deal with annoying atheists and annoying Christians? People are so mean. Ignore them. I find this to be the funniest thing. And some people are going to be like, oh, but that's so mean. This is what I do on my YouTube channel every single day. And I get it in my emails as well. I will get an email that says like, Jesus Christ loves you, block. Oh, you wrote me a giant essay. I'm sorry, I'm not reading that. Oh, you wrote me a giant paragraph, 4 paragraphs in a YouTube comment proclaiming how Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior and how I need to repent for my sins. I'm not reading all that. The reason that the first line, as soon as I read, repent for your sins, I'm just going to delete your comment. Because it doesn't matter what I say to these people. It doesn't matter what anyone says to these people. Nothing is ever going to change their belief, just as nothing they say to me is going to change mine. And the reality of it is the easiest and most effective thing to do is to just not engage, because really the people who make comments publicly towards other people are usually the ones that are never going to change their mind anyway. Usually the people who are more inclined to let water go under the bridge, so to speak, are the ones that don't make any comment at all, because to them it doesn't matter. So I know that it might seem to some people kind of mean for me to just delete these comments. I don't want a random angry Christian to be swearing and telling off people in my comment section for following a different belief system. Maybe that's just me, but I don't like that personally. So I would say just don't engage. Everyone is going to have varying belief systems and opinions. You don't want to change anyone else's beliefs, I assume. You just want to do you. I just want to do me. That sounds kind of weird. That's not what I meant. But I meant when it comes to like spirituality and religion, like everyone is going to be unique and personal. These kind of people who will say things publicly, they are so stuck in their religion that they are so close-minded with it. They've got their blinkers on. Doesn't matter what you say. Just disengage from that situation. Just walk away. And leave, just leave. And it can be so hard because it's so easy to get really defensive with it, but yeah, it's just bad just to let them get on with it. Right, where was I? Am I in the minority of witches who use the easy sigil creation? I swear everyone out here has super cool in-depth ways, and I just do the cross out the vowels way. I mean, everyone's going to be unique and different. I create sigils in like 5 different ways depending on what I'm after. Sometimes I will not even cross out the vowels. I'll just use the word I've got and just create from there. And other times I will use grids. Like I have 2 videos on my channel about creating sigils. One is far more simplistic than the other. Different people are going to resonate with different things. And also a lot of the more modern approaches to sigil making come from chaos magic. So that's where the whole like crossing out the vowels, all that kind of stuff kind of comes from the chaos magic approach to sigil making. So everyone just has a slightly different way. It just depends on where you've learned it, I suppose. Different folks, wait, what's the phrase? It doesn't matter. Different folks do different things is what I was going to say. Some people find it easier to do like really complicated things because it gets them in the headspace of, oh, we're doing something magical now, got it. Whereas other people are like, I'm going to do something really simplistic and call it a day. And as long as it works, that's really all that matters. Right, where was I? I was somewhere. Oh, here we go. Can you burn a Ouija board? I mean, I know people are going to be like, oh my God, you cannot burn that. That's going to get you cursed. It's a piece of cardboard. That's my approach to it, is ultimately it is a piece of cardboard, usually anyway, or a piece of wood. It is completely void of anything magical until it is utilized. A little bit like a dowsing rod is a piece of copper. That's all it is. It is a bent piece of copper. Or a makeshift pendulum is just a ring on the end of a length of chain. It's just a necklace and a ring, and that's it. A Ouija board, to me anyway, is just a board and something that moves around it. That could be made of wood, it could be made of cardboard, anything like that. All it is essentially an alphabet on a piece of paper, glorified paper, and a glass. That's it. So for me, if you want to burn a Ouija board to get rid of it, you can burn a Ouija board to get rid of it, because it has absolutely nothing further in that. Like, you can create a spirit board out of a piece of paper and a glass, and you just write all the letters out on it, and you write numbers out on it, and you write yes, no, hello, goodbye, and then you use a glass. And that is the simplest form of Ouija board. At the end of that, I could then burn that piece of paper. I could put it through a shredder. I could use it as kindling in a fire. I can, whatever you want to do with it. Because at the end of the day, it is just an object. Nothing more, nothing less, until you start working with it in a specific situation. The only caveat I will have with this, I seem to love that word today, that is like my favorite word today, is that if you have a spirit attachment on that board, so like if you have done that working, you've done that divination session, and you feel as though something or someone is still attached to that board, cleanse it and then burn it, because then you're releasing it, and then you can just get rid of it like you would any other object. People have a lot of very strong opinions about Ouija boards that I personally don't get, but that is entirely individual. You know, some people just would not burn a Ouija board, ever. They will just like keep it in a box in their house and not do anything with it, which arguably might be worse, because if you have a spirit attachment on a Ouija board, just keeping it in a box isn't actually fixing the problem. So you are still going to have like hauntings, you are still going to have experiences, unless you are cleansing that board, removing that spirit, and then getting rid of the Ouija board. You're not actually, yeah. Oh, sorry, I take everything very literally. I've discovered this quite a few times, is that I do take things incredibly literally. So now I'm reading it again and I'm realizing that it says Luigi board. Oops, I completely missed that one. But there you go. You have a legitimate answer now to a question that you didn't even ask. That's okay. Where was I? I was like here? Maybe? I don't know where I was. I think I was where was I? Oh no, I'm lost. Okay, I'm gonna go for this is the one that I know I haven't answered. Do you consider your house spirits to be guardians of your home? Do they interact with you? There are a few. One in particular who is a guardian of the house, cares very little about the people who are in it. So I would say he in particular is a guardian of the house because we did some alterations in my basement. So we moved some stuff around, we put some electronics in there, we put like a fan in there for ventilation and stuff. We drilled in to the stonework. It wasn't original stonework, it was just stonework. And that day, like that evening, weird shit started happening. Weirder than usual. So it wasn't weird like harmful weird, it was just like weird. So it started with, I would leave the room and I could hear movement. Like shuffling, moving, walking around, like fabric moving against fabric, that kind of movement. And it wasn't just a little bit, it was like an entire group of people were walking around in my basement. And I'm like, that's weird. That's weird. So like I walked past my basement door. I was like, is someone in my house? So I went into one room. Sound was coming from a different room. I then went into the other room. Sound wasn't coming from there. The sound was actually coming from below the rooms in the basement. So I'm thinking, it's like 2 a.m. I'm not dealing with that right now. So I went to bed. And I'm in bed and all I can hear is people walking around, just wandering around my entire house. They weren't like threatening, but they were like, what? Were they threatening? Kind of depends on context, I suppose. They were kind of like wandering around. So I thought, I'll deal with that tomorrow. So I wake up the next day, I come downstairs, and nothing is out of place. Like everything is exactly where it was, everything is fine. So the next night, same thing happens, except this time, they're walking upstairs. So they're walking upstairs, standing outside my door, and just standing there. Because I have protections on my bedroom itself. I have protections everywhere, but especially on my bedroom. So I'm thinking, this is a bit odd. Something is obviously not right. Something is not particularly happy. So then the third night rolls around, and as I'm turning the lights off and I pass the basement door, something growls in my ear, and I'm like, that's it. I've got to do something about this. So then I sent my dad, who had done all of the work in the basement, into the basement to apologize. It sounds like the stupidest thing ever, I know. I sent him down into the basement to apologize, and once he'd apologized, everything stopped. It was so weird. They were so defensive about the house and nothing changing and like, oh no, what happens if something changes? It wasn't like dangerous. It was protective. It was highly, highly protective behavior of, this is my home, can you stop changing things? And once we stopped changing things and we apologized, everything went back to normal again. And now every time my dad goes down into the basement, he has to apologize. It's the rule. He has to talk to the spirits in the basement. And so I do have quite a few spirits in my home that are like that, where they are defensive of the building, not necessarily the people. I have a few spirits that are defensive of the people, but not necessarily the building. They're like very protective in that regard. And then I have a few others that just pass through and do their own thing. And they don't really want you there, but they're also not threatening either. They're just kind of minding their own business and doing their own thing. Honestly, this is a really long-winded answer to the question, but it honestly varies. It varies, and it also depends on whether the spirit is attached to the property, whether they are just finding somewhere that they enjoy to live, maybe they're just passing through, like so many different variables. Okay, where was I? Oh, can a family cattle brand be used as a sigil in magic dealing with the family it represents? Yeah. It's a little bit like how family crests could be used in the same way. Like some families, I know it sounds kind of nuts if you don't come from England, but especially some really old families will have a family crest. That can be used as a sigil as well. You can also create sigils out of like surnames, and then you can work on everyone in your family. So if you want protection for everyone, you can utilize like a family photo and then use the surname as a sigil, or like everyone's collective name, whatever that is. And then you can utilize that in your magical practice to encompass everyone, which is cool. How does one interpret mythology and folklore in a pagan context? I would say, rather than looking at it from a pagan context, because pagan means so many different things to different people in different countries and whatnot, I would just look at it as what is the folklore saying? Like, what is the underlying message here? Pick it apart. Pick the different animals that are perceived, the different characters that are in that folklore, the different placements, different locations, different colors, anything that's used as like a descriptor in that. Take it all apart to look at its like raw components, and then these things can then be utilized within our magical practice and our spiritual lives to represent mythology, folklore, and the characters within it. That's how I do it, mostly because a lot of books on mythology and folklore in regard to like active spellwork and ritual, like books that are like, this is how you work with Bridget from a witchcraft perspective, they often fill in too many blanks for me. So they'll treat it as though each character or each figure has been worked with throughout all of history, like between then and now it's an unbroken line of tradition. And in reality, there's going to be a lot of gaps, and that's why I like looking at folklore and mythology from a historical stance and then extrapolating out of it. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Olivia. Thank you. I never know what to say when people I know come on here. I just turn into an anxious mess. Thank you so much for stopping by. And I'm glad you like them. They're cute little mushrooms that my hair is now wrapped in. They're cute little mushrooms. Yeah, I've gone to mush now. I'm going to go back to the questions before I just like truly embarrass myself. I think that's how I'm going to have to deal with this. So, what are your favorite herbs and plants to work with? I'm currently setting up my own witchy garden and I'm always looking for more plant inspiration. Hands down, favorite plant ever, chamomile. Chamomile. I love chamomile. I will use it in like every single ritual if I can figure out how to fit it in there. It's like all that solar energy, the positive, abundant energy, prosperity, success, happiness, joy. Oh, and it smells amazing. Chamomile, if you have ever smelt it, you will know what I mean. It has like the most unique scent to it. Like the leaves smell just as strong as the flowers, if not stronger, which I think is so, so cool. And it's so tactile, like everything has got like a really nice, ooh, I just really like chamomile. So chamomile is one I definitely love working with. Rosemary is another one. I use rosemary in every single cleansing that I do with smoke. There's always rosemary involved, just because I think it has such beautiful properties. It will cleanse a space for me, but it cleanses it in a very light way, because I've mentioned before that I don't really cleanse my space because I don't need to. It disrupts any of the spirits that are around if I use too strong of a cleanser. So instead I use rosemary, which for me is still gets the job done, but it doesn't annoy any of the spirits in my space, which is super useful for me because I don't want to reconcile with every single one of them. And I will use rosemary for that purpose because it doesn't leave like a void feeling. It's like a really positive feeling that comes out of it. So that one is like a definite. Mint is also really, really good because not only can you use it in cooking, same with rosemary, you can use it in teas. So it's really good for tea magic, potions, anything like that. It's just really versatile and it's great for good luck, good fortune, magic especially. And honestly, once you start growing it, make sure it's in a pot. Like, please put it in a pot. Because if you put mint straight into the ground, you will be finding mint everywhere. It will just like go everywhere. Same applies to lemon balm. Lemon balm is such a beautiful plant. It smells amazing, like really softly like lemons. It's different from lemon verbena. Lemon verbena is incredibly strong, like it's the equivalent of a gentle tap and a punch in the face. Like lemon verbena is like punchy lemon. Lemon balm is really gentle and delicate, good for healing, working, self-love, romance, kind of slow development of positive change. And that is another one where please put it in a pot because I've had one in a pot once and it's at my parents' house and it's currently everywhere in their garden. Every empty space that you can see, there is just lemon balm just like popping up out of the ground. It's everywhere. So if if you do use lemon balm, put it in a pot, definitely. Yes, it smells like home and comfort. It's so friendly. It is, I think this is about chamomile anyway. Chamomile to me is like super friendly and gentle and nice and willing to work with you. Like some plants in my experience are like, I don't really want to work with you, try again later. Chamomile is like, please work with me now. I just want you to like touch me and use me. This sounds really dodgy. I'm talking about a plant here. Emphasize that. Like it's beginner friendly. Let's put it that way. When it comes to working with plant spirits as plant allies, especially, it's very beginner friendly because chamomile is super versatile. It's easy to grow. And it's also really nice and kind and gentle and nurturing. And it doesn't have that kind of jarring, if you don't talk to me every single day, I'm going to cut you off kind of energy like some plants do. So yeah, useful if you do want to get into like plant allies, because chamomile was my first plant ally that I ever had. 50 Shades of Herbs. I feel like if someone could get away with a book called that would be amazing, but I don't think they could. But like chamomile was my first ever plant ally because just so easy to connect with and work with and very underrated, honestly. I've gone on about plants. I've just over-sexualized plants by accident, I think. I didn't mean it like that. I just use very expressive terms when I'm talking about these things and it can come across all funny. Right, where was I? Where was I? Somewhere around here-ish. Okay, here we go. I'm usually communicating with my ancestors and the deities that I'm working with by pendulum. It's not just yes or no for me. Do you know anyone that works that way? I can take inspiration. So, for me, I found that pendulums are never yes, no. They're always like, yes, no, not right now, I don't really want to answer yet, I'm not sure, talk to me later. And that's how my pendulums work. So mine, I ask before every single use, show me a yes, show me a no. And that can change very much from attempt to attempt, like reading to reading. So sometimes a yes is back and forth and a no is left to right. Sometimes a yes is clockwise and a no is anti-clockwise. The same pendulum will answer different ways on different days. However, an I don't know, I won't answer, or ask me later is like it does this weird, like, it doesn't go anywhere, but it moves a lot. Like, it just kind of shakes on the spot. And that's when I know that it's like no, we're not doing this right now. And then I have to guess. I have to be like, is it because you don't know? And it's like, I'm not going to tell you that. I'm like, is it because it's not ready for me to gain the answer yet? And then it might swing yes. And then you can gain a lot of additional information that way. But yeah, I'm glad it's not just me. My pendulum, it took me by surprise because obviously when I was younger and I was learning about pendulum divination, it was like, this is a yes, this is a no. My pendulum, when I got it, was like, this is a yes, this is a no, and this is a, I don't want to answer right now, leave me alone. And I was like, damn, pendulum is sassy. And I have pendulums to this day. I actually found, that reminds me, people asked me on the last live stream, did I ever find my opalite pendulum, the one that hates me? I actually found it. Can confirm, it likes me no better now than it did 8 years ago. I found it, and the first feeling I got from it was, it's you. I'm like, oh, thanks. You've only been missing for the better part of like half a decade. I couldn't get a nicer reaction, but no, it was just like it's you again. So it's in a bag in my other room, just sitting there because I'm not entirely sure what to do with it at the moment, because it really doesn't want to interact with me, and I don't want to put it in with my other ones, because what if it negatively influences them? It might be like a bad egg. Like it might ruin the whole batch, and I don't want to do that. So yeah, pendulums can actually be a lot more detailed than I think people give them credit for. At least it depends on how like expressive pendulums are. Where was I? Oh, this is interesting. I actually don't know the name of this. If anyone else does, let me know. But the question is, my friend has dreams where she seems to be viewing the lives of other people through their own eyes. It often leaves her tired when she wakes. Is there a name or any information about what this is? This is actually really interesting. My one gut instinct in this is this actually viewing someone's lives at the present? Or is this technically perhaps a form of precognition? Because precognition can come in many ways. So it could be remote viewing, or it could be something like precognition. So remote viewing comes in many different forms. Most people talk about it as in like taking a step back from your own body. Kind of like a halfway house to astral projection, where you're taking a step back and you are remotely perceiving yourself. You could also remotely perceive. What is the word perceive. That was the word I was after. You can also remotely perceive other situations that are happening in other places around the world. So that could be what's happening. I also know of people who have precognition where they are seeing other people's potential futures, or the future if nothing else changes. So it could be that they are seeing it from the person's perspective. That's really interesting, because ultimately there's no real way of telling unless they know a person who they have been seeing, in which case they could then figure out whether what they were seeing is something that is about to happen or something that has already happened. That's actually really, really cool. It sounds like the show Quantum Leap. I actually really need to watch that show. That sounds really cool though. I want to know more about that. I've never experienced anything like that. Like remote viewing is one thing, but like to be perceiving someone else's life through their eyes, that's like a whole new level of trippy. But yeah, you might want to look into remote viewing. That could be what it is. Could be precognition. Could be worth checking both of them just to see if any of them align better with what your friend is experiencing, to try and figure it out. Oh, okay. Just curious if you have any precautions in your cord cutting video. Though I'm a seasoned practitioner, I was a part of a group spell that had unintended effects, even though I was clear with my intentions. So with the cord cutting, it's fairly, I was going to say innocuous, but I suppose it is kind of intense. But because all it is doing is separating ties that are holding you energetically, emotionally to another person or a situation, the one thing I would be cautious of in that is making sure that everything that links you to another person is something that you are willing to remove from your life. Because what can happen is that, say for instance, you know someone through a mutual friend. So you are friends, say it's your ex, for instance. That's what most people use it for. That's what I've used it for. Is that, say it's your ex. You know your ex has a mutual friend with you, right? And that is a connection between you and the person that you are trying to cut ties with. If you do a cord cutting, you may find that your relationship with the mutual friend could go one way or the other. They might cut ties with your ex, or they might cut ties with you. And that is really kind of out of your control. And it's just something you need to bear in mind, because anything that links you to another person is either going to limit the effectiveness of that cord cutting, especially if things are really strongly tied. So a question I get asked a lot is, what if I have children with my ex? Those ties are far deeper than anything that the cord cutting is going to be able to break. So the cord cutting is only going to do so much in that scenario. But if it is something that is more flexible, less sturdy, for instance, like a friend of a friend, something like that, then that relationship might be severed in order to aid the cord cutting. And that's really the only thing that I would say you got to be cautious of, is be prepared to cut those ties as necessary. So I will answer this one because I can't not. It's Olivia. What is my favorite kind of tea? If you like tea, or do you have a favorite kind? I'll be honest, you're not going to like me for this. I don't really like tea. I can drink chamomile tea, or I can drink like black tea with peach syrup in it. That's nice. But I am such a baby with these things. I will have hot chocolate over anything else. Or do you want a coffee? Do you want a tea? No. I'll either have water or the sugariest drink that you can possibly make, which is super not healthy, and I really need to fix that. I need to learn to love tea, because sometimes I watch videos, especially the videos where you've been using like that butterfly pea tea that changes color, which is like the coolest thing ever. But yeah, black tea with peach syrup, it is so good. It's like the peach kind of cuts through the bitterness of the black tea, and that's the only way I can drink tea is if I make it sickeningly sweet. And I mean, you probably will have more restraint than I do. If I get a container of syrup, like peach syrup, that is not lasting long at all. It is like 2/3 tea, 1/3 syrup, which is definitely not the combination that you're meant to be having. Because when I have that combination in like Costa, which is like, I don't know if is Costa anywhere else? Costa is like a coffee shop in the UK. If I go into Costa, they will do like black tea with like 1 pump of peach syrup. And I'm like, that is not enough. I'm going to need like 4 times that amount. Where do you get peach syrup in the UK? I get it from Amazon, which I don't really like doing. I'd rather not have to get it from Amazon. But I absolutely love it's a really popular brand. They make like hazelnut and chocolate and all the stuff that people put in coffee, but they do a set that's like rose syrup in jasmine tea. It's amazing. To be fair though, my combination is mostly syrup and a little bit of tea, but it's still really good. Anything that tastes like plants, like floral plants, and I'm there. So like rose, violet, and peach. I'm all for it. Anything else? Oh, rose syrup in whiskey and wine. I'll be honest, I don't drink, so I have no idea what that would taste like, but just the idea of putting rose syrup in alcohol makes me kind of want to try it. But I think that might be a bad idea. I don't think that's going to be a great idea. But rose, if anyone watching has not tried rose in food, so you can get like rose chocolates, or you can get like candied rose petals, or you can get like rose syrup and violet syrup. I never realized that flowers could taste so good. I mean, to be fair, I think it is like 90% sugar, but it's really good. Wait, seriously, that exists? There's a place that makes such a good matcha rose latte. I have never tried matcha. Is matcha worth trying? You can't really get it anywhere here. You have to like make it yourself. I've never seen it anywhere. Maybe Starbucks does it actually. I don't really go to Starbucks, but yeah, that just sounds amazing. Rose matcha, yes please. Rose lemonade also sounds good. Oh, violet syrup in lemonade. That sounds amazing. I have rose tea that I drink before I do self-love spells. That's actually a really great combination. That's really good. I used to use chamomile tea when I was doing any kind of dream magic, or especially if I was going to be working with like dream spirits or deities that are associated with that kind of time. I would always use chamomile because it really helps kind of like chill everything out. It's hit or miss for people. You have to have good matcha, but it's expensive for a quality. Bad matcha is bad. Okay, see that's what kind of scares me, because like, I'll be honest, a lot of coffee shops and like tea shops in the UK don't do good drinks all that often. And so, oh no, it's fine, don't worry. I'm always going off on tangents, always. My entire live stream, I swear, is just me going off on one giant tangent. But that's what I'm always concerned about, because I've had it before where like I've had tea and I've hated it, and then someone else has made tea and that one tea is really good and I never managed to recreate it. So if I were to have good matcha once, I think I might never find it ever again. And is that better or worse than never having tried it in the first place? I'm not sure. It's like that whole phrase of like, oh, to love and to lose is better than to never love at all. And I'm like, but is it? But is it? Because if you've had good matcha once and then you never get it ever again, you're going to be wanting it forever and you're never going to find it. Whereas if you've never had it, then I'll never know. I will never know what I'm missing out on. Oh, I made lilac honey this spring. That sounds amazing. This is going to sound really, really strange. I had never smelled lilac until this spring, ever. And it is amazing. And now I feel like I need to plant it everywhere. Absolutely everywhere, just so that I can like have that smell all the time. Matcha tastes like grass. Yeah, it does seem kind of polarizing. This is like, I've had like two people now. Yeah, don't buy cheap matcha, it tastes too grassy. What I want to know is, how do you know what grass tastes like? That is always my question. Because people always say it, people are like, oh, it tastes like shit. And I'm like, how do we know what shit tastes like? I don't think I want to know the answer to this question, but it's a question that I have nonetheless. You're drinking grass. Errors on matcha. I love that. The way it smells. See, that's what I go off. I go off like, grass must taste how it smells. But equally, there are so many things that I don't like. Like butternut squash smells disgusting, but it tastes really nice. And if I were to judge it on the smell alone, I don't think I'd ever eat it. I drank licorice root tea at school. That sounds awful. Okay, question though. I don't like licorice, right? So does licorice root actually taste like the licorice that we can buy? I'm not afraid to admit that I ate a good amount of dirt and grass as a child. That is brilliant. See, I think we are polar opposites in that regard, because I was that child who would refuse to touch the dirt because I thought it was dirty. I was that child. I am just going to sit and draw and not touch anything because the world is gross. And then I grew out of it the older that I got. So I missed the whole eating dirt, touching worms kind of phase of my life, and I skipped straight to witchcraft. Honestly, I feel like the touching dirt, playing with worms is usually like a precursor to witchcraft, but I just kind of skipped that stage entirely. Licorice is awful. Yeah, I can't with the licorice. People will just like, as soon as someone opens a bag of black licorice, I'm gone. I cannot even be in the same room as people. I just can't. And then like people enjoy it. No, definitely not. I also skipped that. I was terrified as a child. Yes, I was such a wuss. I was the scaredy cat child, right? With things like, what if I slipped and fell and hurt myself? That would be awful. Oh, I don't want to touch this. It's going to make me dirty. I was that kind of a child. See, that's what I do now. See, now I'm quite content and happy to do that. It's just when I was a kid, I was just like, no, we are not doing this. It's okay, I'll be happy to take you out to eat dirt whenever we meet in person. Of course, only the quality dirt. I appreciate that. It's only the best. That's what we need. Only the best. I don't know how people do it. The whole like kids. I think that's what the answer to this question is. I was gonna say is I don't know how people can be like that as a child, and then I realize it's kids. I don't get them. I don't understand I don't understand children. It's like children who like stick pennies up their nose. When I was a kid, I was like so scared of getting something stuck up my nose that I would never have stuck a penny up my nose. But I know plenty of kids who've had like pennies stuck up their nose, and I'm like, what? Why? And the answer is kids. And that is why I don't get them. Grass is very bitter. It doesn't want to be eaten. Oh, that's actually really cool, but you can recognize the taste without ever eating it if you've cut grass. That actually makes a lot of sense, actually thinking about it. In which case, I'm very surprised that so many animals actually like eating it. I had a penny stuck in my ear. How? I have so many questions. How? I'm trying to physically figure out how you stick a penny in your... Are we talking like... Does American currency have a penny? This is how little I don't know. Because like pennies in England are like... I have one right here. How? That is a substantial size. How does one get this stuck in here? I don't know. a penny in the ear because of a magic trick. That would be really funny if it was because of that. Not for the person who experienced it, but if people actually think that, you know, like those magic tricks where they like pull a penny out of their ear, so they try and like do that themselves and they get a penny stuck. I was the dumb kid that got a penny stuck in my throat. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is some like, that penny is the size of a quarter. Yeah, this is the penny in the UK, is this size. I don't know if I have a big head or a small head, so this is not going to help with scale. So let me see if I can grab it. So this is an incense box. Incense box. Penny. That is the size of a penny. Oh, I forgot I even had this. This was given to me as a gift. And it is really nice. I need to burn that. I actually am not burning that much incense at the minute. I really need to like do that. Americans are half that size. Oh. Okay, that makes more sense then. Because like I'm thinking like, how does this fit in here? Like that does not compute. Cannot figure that one out. It's a big coin. Ah, yeah, see, this isn't our smallest coin. A penny is our second smallest coin. The 5p is smaller. It's like half to a quarter of this size. And then you have the penny is kind of like one up in size. So that's cool. I've never been to America. I know very little about American currency. Besides the fact that you have like really big notes. Like we don't have notes that go up like big sizes in England. Like notes go up to like a £20 note. You can occasionally find like a £50 note, but that's it. But like, yeah, American currency is cool. I went so off tangent. Everyone's just like along for the ride of this like random ass conversation. This is why I like doing the live streams, because it's just random questions. So I apologize for everyone who's waiting for me to get back to the questions. I'm going to go back to the questions for a little bit. I'll probably bounce backwards and forwards in the chat because I'm having like so much fun. Where was I? I was... Ooh. Oh, okay, so this is more of a cautionary tale question than anything else. And that is, yesterday I was doing a candle ritual for Letha and accidentally caught my dress on fire. The candle only got burned halfway. Is this a bad omen? Should I try to finish the ritual? I wouldn't necessarily take that as a bad ritual. What I will say, and I mention it as a cautionary tale because a lot of cheap, they aren't even really that cheap, but a lot of cheap cloaks and ritual dresses and things like that you can buy primarily from like eBay, Amazon, these kind of retailers are exceptionally flammable. Like, oh good goodness, where was I going with that? You do not want to be near open flames with them. That is my like big like warning on this, is that especially the like fake velvet cloaks are basically just a giant fire hazard. They have absolutely no fire protection on them whatsoever. They are one of the most flammable materials that you can wear. And so honestly, if the choice is between wearing ritual wear, nothing, and normal clothes, don't choose ritual wear if it's made of anything that is highly, highly flammable. In this regard, though, I don't think this is necessarily a bad omen. I would say that instead, it's just a mishap that has happened in that circumstance and that you can just continue that ritual onwards. I think this is just one of those things that's just happened. It's just an unfortunate situation. But yeah, cheap clothing brands are very, very, very flammable, especially, I don't understand why, but especially those cheap cloaks that you can get. I'm not sure what they're made of. If you know the material that I'm thinking of, then you'll know what I mean. It's like velvet, but it's not real velvet. It's like, I don't know, it's like this cheap crushed velvet type material, but it's like really hazardous. So like, please be careful with those kind of things. But yeah, I would just continue it onwards. Do you have some recommendations about not magic? I have mentioned this one before. I need to find it in my giant bookshelf. One moment. I need to unstick myself from this chair. It is so hot in this room. I think it's got to be like 27 degrees in this room right now, which for some people is going to be like, that's like winter. But this is hot. Hot. So let's find this not magic book. Where was I? It is F A B C D E F G K J K. Oh no. Where is it? This is a problem. Okay. I appear to have already misplaced my Not Magic book. So it is called Not Magic, and it has... okay. I'm daft. It's here. This book is the one I'm thinking of. It is called Witches' Ladders and Other Not Spells by Sarah Bartlett, is the one that I have in my collection that I really enjoy. I'm pretty certain now that the cover has actually changed on this. So this is the one I've got. I have like loads of sheets of paper in it. But it's a very aesthetically pleasing book, which is usually not my favourite. Because it's very colourful and it has lots of like pictures, like illustrations, which are really cool if you do work maybe more visually instead of just with words. But this goes over, if I can get to the contents page, so much stuff. Like all of this is just intense. So we have an introduction, different association charts which are useful, love and romance spells, home, family and friend spells, career and lifestyle, prosperity and abundance, protection and spiritual healing, travel and adventure, and then a knot directory which teaches you how to tie different knots, which I think is incredibly useful. So let's go for like page 120. Where are we? Oh, there's even like divination, not magic divination, which I think is just so cool. But where's the section? So it's got like how to tie different knots like this. Really good. I struggle with a lot of not magic books because I find that not magic is a very visual thing. I can explain to someone how to tie a knot verbally, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I can visualize that and like I can recreate it. I might technically know how to do it, but being able to practically do it are two different things. Whereas this one gives you like pictures of how the working is meant to be. So I'll find one that's for protection. So this is an aura enchantment for holistic healing. So it's got all the information here on like how to do it, the things that you need, like the technique and the history, and then it's got like a visual representation of what that working is meant to look like, which is just really useful. And like along each braid on here, it tells you the words that are spoken and what each one is meant for. So the top one is, with red I knot my passion pure, with pink my love for others dear, with yellow adapt and give out hope, with green my poise is blessed and true, with blue my spirited talents rise, with violet my soulful side stays wise, with white I'm empowered and whole again, with all I am healed with this refrain. And I think that's really cool because it gives you that kind of visual connection, which is super useful, at least for me, because sometimes words are hard and this makes words a lot less hard. So I like that. Where was I? I was bum-ba-dum. I'm trying to figure out where I was and I am completely lost. Okay, here we go. Is it normal for witches to have continuous bad luck and attract toxic strangers within the first few years of beginning practice? If so, what are some of the issues causing this bad luck? Ooh, okay, so I don't think this is normal, but I think a lot of people will probably resonate with it. And although I cannot give a definitive, this is definitely what the cause of it is, this is probably the most likely cause in my experience. And that is when you are starting practice and you are building your energy, because everyone has energy regardless of whether you practice witchcraft or not, but some people develop it a lot stronger really quickly when they start practicing witchcraft because they're learning to work with their energy, but they haven't yet got quite the handle on it that they need. And especially if you are giving out a lot of energy, you're usually going to be attracting people and situations that will drain a lot of that energy. And this is where a lot of people come into contact with bad situations, bad spirits, bad people, these kind of things, because they are after the energy that you are just pumping out. Like, you cannot stop the energy from just going everywhere. And they're really attracted to that. These are often the kind of people who are really attracted to people who are very kind, very generous, people who will pay for a night out or pay for your bus ride home, or be very generous with their help, their assistance, their energy, their time, their money. These are the kind of people that you're going to start drawing in, are the people who are after all of those things. So probably I would say try and control your energy field. So it's all well and good to have a lot of energy and you can use it in all of your spells and rituals and it's great, right? But if that energy is out of control, you are attracting the attention of spirits, situations, energies, and people that maybe you don't want to be attracting. And so trying to limit it. So keep all that energy, but just in a smaller space. That way you're less likely to be attracting things and situations that are negative for you. When it comes to bad situations, it could also be a similar thing of you are finding that situations are coming your way because of other factors, because of people, because of spirits, because of energies. It could also simply be that bad things sometimes happen. And we can do what we can to counter those things, but sometimes we do just have to ride it out. I don't know where that came from. I swear that song, I think that's the replacement for the Winnie the Pooh theme song. That song seems to come out every single live stream. And I don't know where it comes from. It just, poof, comes into existence. Oh, okay. When speaking in a foreign language, you're emotionally more detached from the words. Do you think that translates into spell work, like spells being more or less powerful if it's not in one's native language? This one is really something that calls me back to when I first started talking about witchcraft, like on social media and like spells of magic, like years ago. A lot of people enjoy translating spells into commonly Latin. And they do this because it feels more magical, more ethereal, more other, right? There's something about something being spoken in an ancient language that is just phenomenal to hear, and it can really get you in the right headspace. So in that regard, it could be incredibly useful. It could also be incredibly useful if you are working with, say, deities or spirits that would be speaking or recognizing a secondary language. However, the other side of the coin is that if you aren't fully understanding what you're saying, and or you don't understand if you've translated it correctly, you could be saying things that you don't intend to say. Words might be in the wrong order, especially if you are translating it from English to a different language. Word placement is in a completely different order. And so ultimately you might not be saying the right thing or saying what you intend, and it might not be said in the right way. And so that can have problems as well. So it very much is a double-edged sword. It has great benefits. It can set you into a suitable headspace. It can give all the drama, like the magical drama and the pizzazz that a lot of people will use within their ritual. It can be really useful for that. It isn't always effective. I'd say if you are going to use another language, try to get someone who is a fluent speaker in that language to make sure that everything's in the right order, make sure that you're pronouncing things correctly, because slight pronunciation changes can completely change the meaning of a word. And I'm pretty certain, now do correct me if I'm wrong here, I am not very good at languages, but English, for instance, puts words in a different order. So we put descriptors in a different place, like nouns and verbs and adjectives in different orders. So if you were to use, say, the English layout of language and just directly translate it, the words are going to be in the wrong order for the language that you are translating it into, if that makes sense. So just bear that in mind. Can go either way, try it, see. I personally prefer having a deeper understanding of what I'm saying. I think what I'm saying is really important for the working I'm doing. I want to be able to do it in a language that I fully understand. It might also have something to do with the fact that I am terrible at languages. I am so bad at them. I had to learn French and German and Spanish when I was in school, and I was so bad at it. Right, where was I? Right. Oh, interesting. Hearth, what I've noticed is that when the manifestation is positive, something negative always happens. It's like the universe is trying to keep things balanced. Your opinion on this? So this is something that I have noted a lot of people mention, and it's something that, I'll be honest, I have mentioned it before, and people have been like, no, that's not how it's like for me. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. It's just, this is my personal experience is, for me, good luck is like a pendulum. It can swing one way and be really good. It can swing the other and be really bad. And most of the time that pendulum is swinging backwards and forwards to varying degrees, and it could go really good and then it will go kind of really bad and then kind of good, and then, you know, it balances out in the end. And so sometimes if you experience a time of really bad luck, you'll find that in a few weeks' time, the pendulum will swing and something amazing will happen to you, and vice versa. Now, the question is, does this also translate to spellwork, ritual, and manifestation? We are, in essence, by improving our situation, giving ourselves good luck. We are improving our environment, our energy, and everything else. So will that balance out again by giving us something negative in response? And this is something I've never quite managed to pin down, because I have myself had workings where I will manifest something positive and then something negative will happen just days afterwards that is equal but opposite to what it was that I was manifesting. It will be the same degree of change, just in a negative direction. But then there have been other times where I haven't had anything in response to it. So I'm wondering, has anyone else experienced this? This is just kind of a curious question of mine, because I don't necessarily think there's any one solid answer. I think it's going to be very variable. But yeah, I've experienced it both happening and not happening. So I don't have any definitive thing, but yeah. Someone said here, maybe it's for a reason. Maybe it is for a reason. Yeah. Maybe something bad, maybe that bad thing has to happen for your manifestation to be fully fulfilled. But then obviously that depends on circumstances. I don't know. Really, really cool question though. I like this. You guys have got such good questions tonight. Usually I'm always like repeating the same answers, but this time you are coming out with some really, really good questions. Let's see, where was I here? Here we go. So this one is more of a moral question. So as a hidden witch, I have only told my partner, do you think it's okay to cast protections for loved ones even though they aren't believers? I'd hate to make my family and friends uncomfortable if they found out. That is actually a really good one, because it is very much going to vary depending on your tradition and your belief system. There are many people, particularly those within Wiccan style traditions, who are very much for don't cast a spell on anyone who isn't aware that that spell is being cast. That includes positive intentions and negative intentions, and it goes both ways. So there are people out there who would say, no, do not do any kind of protection spell on someone if they don't know about it, even if it's for the positive. And then there are other people who would cast protection spells and positive intentions but not negative intentions. And then there are people who would do all of the above. ultimately it does come back to what you feel comfortable with. There are plenty of people out there who will pray for family members who are not themselves Christian and do not know that that person is including them in your prayers. Is that to the same degree? I think it probably is. I think that's kind of a similar level of working. It's done in a different way to a different deity in a, completely different tradition. But is that not the same thing? We are including someone in prayers that does not know that they are being included in prayers, just as we might add someone into a protection spell, but they don't know that it's a protection spell. It's one of those uncomfortable moral questions. And really the only person who can answer it is going to be you and what you feel comfortable with. And also I think there are degrees to it. If it is a protection spell that is not needed at that time, but it's just an extra level of protection, maybe you could say, well, no, I won't do it this time. But if that protection is urgently needed, even if they don't know why it's needed, then maybe that is something that you would feel more comfortable doing. There's so many variables there. I would say go with your gut instinct. If in doubt, anchor that spell with a physical object, so that if you decide that you don't want that spell to continue, you can cleanse that object, stop that spell, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. It's done with. So you can always try that to kind of test the waters to see what you feel comfortable with. Right. I was here, I think. Oh, was I here? I was somewhere around here. Best books on ancestral veneration. Oh, I've got to go find another book. I've just got like a pile of books growing next to me. Okay, where would it be? What would it fall under? What is it even called? I know what the book looks like. It's red. Not that that really helps anyone at all. But the book is red. What is it called? I know what it's called. It is called... It's under H. Where is H? F, G, H. Haha, found it. This is the book. It is called Honoring Your Ancestors by Mallory... Oh goodness. Mallory Vadois? Vadois. Can you read that? Mallory Vadois. It's this. I got this. I read all of it and this was really good. Like really good. So I will read a little bit of the back section. It's quite a lot, so I'm not going to read like massive amounts, but it says, learn how to connect with your ancestors and receive the benefits that come from veneration. Deeper spirituality, more love in your life, better outcomes in creative pursuits, powerful magic and spell work, and an improved sense of wellness. Filled with hands-on techniques and tips, honoring your ancestors shows you how to create an ancestor altar so you can work with ancestors of all kinds. Author Mallory Vadois, I'm so sorry if that's wrong, also shares fascinating ideas for incorporating rituals, spells, family recipes, and even practices like music and dancing to help you open this wonderful new dimension of your spiritual journey. So that's this one, Honoring Your Ancestors. I really enjoyed this one. Now, not all of it is going to be for everyone, because some bits of it are perhaps more in line with some Christian traditions or blended Christian witchcraft traditions, like working with saints. And I know that some people really enjoy working with saints, other people do not. So just bear that in mind. Not every section is going to be good for every person. So take what is useful, leave everything else. But that is the one book that I found to be truly dedicated to the subject that I really enjoyed. Oh, and that's added to my pile. And if anyone saw how much I struggled on my bookshelf organization video, I have to put all of these books back again later. And I am not looking forward to doing that. Okay, where was I? I think I'm going to have to, quick time go through some of these. When we talk about working with our ancestors, what does that really mean? Are there books? Oh, yeah, there's books. I just spoke about that. I don't really understand who they are or what to expect in working with them. So when we're working with ancestors, there's two categories. You have the dead that you know, so the known dead, these will be people that you knew in life. These will be people whose names you know even if you didn't know them. So for instance, they could be your great-grandfather. You might not know him personally, but you will know of him through the people in your life. These are known as the known dead. Then you have the unknown dead. These are people that you know came before you, but you don't necessarily know what they looked like, what their names were, who they were. These kind of things are completely missing. Now, the known dead are going to come through to you more than likely in a similar way to how they did in life. So they're probably the more comfortable starting point for people who do know some of their ancestry. But not every ancestor is going to want to come through to you. So don't just like hold out hope that every single one of your known dead are going to come through to you, because some of them simply won't. You then have the unknown dead, being people that you don't know. This is where things can get a little bit difficult, because they may come through in ways that you do not expect. They may come through with personalities you are not anticipating, and they may just generally be rather unpredictable because you've never met them before. This is why it's important to have your protections up, just to make sure that you are feeling comfortable. It isn't necessarily that they are going to do anything negative, just that you might feel kind of thrown off by their presence if you've never spent time around them in life. Now, when it comes to working with ancestors, what we mean is on a spiritual level. So they can offer us guidance, support, aid. They can assist us in spellwork and ritual. When we talk about spiritual guidance, aid, communication, often we're talking about through divination techniques like tarot, like pendulums, like tea leaf reading, this kind of thing. But they can also come through to us in dreams, and they will often give us information or share with us information in the form of stories, plays that happen in our head that have significance to our lives, and that's why it's really useful to note down our dreams. There's so many different ways that you can work with ancestors. That's why a book like Honoring Your Ancestors is kind of a good option, because it covers everything in one go. I'm trying to figure out where I was, and I don't really remember. Again. I'm expecting it to jump any minute now. Oh, okay. I've been drawn to a very old yew tree. I would like to bond and work with it. Having never worked with trees before, how would I go about it? Time, honestly, is the best way. Connecting with them, spending time with them, interacting in a present way. So I don't mean sitting by a tree for 2 hours with headphones in. I mean spending 5 minutes standing under the branches, observing it, actually focusing on it, spending time with the individual tree. Doing that repeatedly over several days, weeks, even months. And as time goes on, you will find that this connection starts to build. You may start to hear whispers in the leaves. You may feel the energy shift around you from the tree itself. You may be able to tap in better to its energy. You may then be able to take a small piece of that tree. Do remember though, yew is incredibly toxic to a lot of animals and people to a degree, but especially dogs and cats. Like if you have dogs or cats, please do not take a part of the yew tree home with you, because it's a bad idea. But a fallen section, for instance, ask if you are able to work with them through that section, and then be very careful, especially with yew. And you can build that connection by spending time with both the tree and the part of that tree, and then it builds up over time. And then you can start connecting and working with them in divination under the branches, and also in spellwork and ritual by calling on their aid as an ally. So that's kind of how you get started, is that you really have to, it's a bit like making a friend, right? To make a friend, you really have to spend time with them in one form or another. You know, you can't make friends by never interacting with people, though believe me, I try. I'm really bad at making friends. But having that interaction, that could just be short-term interaction, just a few minutes every week or so. It could be spending hours sitting under the branches. The more time you spend with them, the faster this process will go, but obviously not everyone has a few hours to spend to sit under a tree. But whatever we do, we just need to be present and listening, observing, sensing with our energy to sense changes. You can always start asking the tree questions, things you might want to know the answers to, that kind of thing. So yeah, that's typically how I get started when it comes to connecting with trees. Okay. I'm trying to figure out where I was. Oh, okay, here we go. This is one that I know I haven't answered. I apologize if I missed any, but do Fae cause poltergeist activity, I guess, more frequently than other beings? No, but they can cause poltergeist-like behavior or experiences. So when most people refer to a poltergeist, they are meaning a mischievous spirit. Usually they are knocking on things, tipping things over, moving things, behaving in a often frustrating way to the people who live or interact with a particular space. Now, poltergeists are, at least in my experience, more often than not humans. They're trying to get attention. They aren't being listened to, and so they respond in a poltergeist-like way. So sometimes you will find that when you interact with a poltergeist, when they are listened to, that activity stops because they're behaving in that way because they want your attention. You then have poltergeists that are non-human spirits. These could be trickster spirits, they could be minor demon spirits. These can cause this kind of mischievous, trickstery-like behavior because they enjoy messing with people. Now, the Fae are also really well known for being tricksters, but obviously different Fae are going to have different personalities and different ways of dealing with it. You will find that Fae are often mistaken for being poltergeists because they will kind of disrupt things if they feel they have been insulted. And I think that's the most common cause of Fae doing this kind of interaction is if you've slighted a Fae, that could be accidentally knocking off an offering to them. That could be that you've moved into a house and the previous owners were giving offerings and you haven't. That could be that the Fae live in a particular room within your house and you have disrupted it, you've made it messy, you've moved things, and now they want to tell you off for it. It can also be that you have disturbed something on the land, and so the nature spirits and or the Fae, because I do consider them to be two separate things, are wanting to disrupt your life back again, to tell you what you've done. And so you'll find that things will go missing, things will be messed up, and all of that kind of stuff. So they can cause that kind of reaction and that interaction, but I wouldn't necessarily say that they are the primary cause of it. And you can usually resolve it by apologizing for any mistakes that have been caused and or leaving out an offering. I would typically recommend leaving out an offering, honestly. They tend to be appeased with things and sweet food, milk, sweet things like sweet bread and cakes and that kind of thing. I was curious if your abilities make it easier for you to be able to identify who is a witch. I know many times you will never know, but I feel like we give off a vibe that other witches pick up on. Yes, to a degree. You can often tell when someone is kind of on the energy side of things, mostly because they will respond to you a certain way as well. It's kind of like a mutual reaction thing. I will be honest though, the one thing that I have noticed attending events and shows and being around a lot of practitioners is that you can almost always tell the people who are there for the right reason and who practice from the right reason versus the people who are there for all of the wrong reasons. That, if anything, is more noticeable to me than whether or not someone is or isn't a witch. And by this I mean that if someone is, for instance, in a talk and they're sitting really close to me, I can usually kind of tell whether they are gaining information to, I don't know how to put it, because I have a witchcraft shop and I travel around doing events and stuff, I will often have witches come up to the stall and I can always tell the ones that are talking to me, asking me questions and looking at the product with the intention of stealing the product, as in like stealing the contents, the information of mine to resell it themselves or for their own personal gain, versus the people who are asking me questions and who are at the show simply for the love of it. That's what I can tell more than anything, because the people who are out for personal gain have this kind of, it's kind of like a sickly energy about them. It's not like gooey. This is going to sound really weird if you don't know what I mean. It's not like gluey, negative energy. It's like sickly, like saccharine, sweet energy. And I can spot it from a mile off. So kind of I can tell the people who are practitioners, but mostly I can tell who has good intentions and who doesn't. I feel like a lot of practitioners tend to have quite good judgment on people, I think I've found. So let's see, where was I? Could I make a servitor to be a manager, so to speak, for the other servitors and spirits in my home? Yes. So the way this is typically done is that you would create one like localized servitor. So this would be a servitor that is with you at all times. They are constantly around you, and their job is to mediate spirit interaction. So the spirit interaction from any spirit that is equal to or lower would be sitting, would respond to the servitor. Like higher spirits, higher deities wouldn't, but you would have like one that is like the central point that everything else goes through. So that servitor would likely have a spirit vessel that's on your person, or at least something that you would carry around with you all of the time. The servitor would be in your energy field basically all of the time, acting as that intermediary. And you can say in the morning, wake up and say, this is what needs to be done today. This is who we're working with. Can you reach out to these for me? Let them know this, let them know that, do this, do that. And then allow it to just kind of like do its own thing. That's one way of doing it. And I'm sure that there are many people out there who live their entire life with this kind of servitor doing all of that for them, essentially. Oh no. I'm so sorry if I've missed someone's question. I did not intend to do that. If I have, I'm still going down the list. So if I see your question, I will definitely answer it. I'm hoping it's not a YouTube glitch, but it might be. If this is what I'm thinking, okay, I'm kind of lost because I wasn't listening to I wasn't reading the chat at all as we were going. It's a film that just sits on their energy like that sticky dust you find in old homes. Is this in relation to the people with like negative goals or like selfish interests? Is that what that is related to? Because if it isn't, that is a great way of describing it. Like a really great way of describing it. But I need to learn to like look at the chat. I get so lost in my own world. I'm like staring like just off to the side of the webcam so I don't look like I'm staring into your souls. And then I just kind of don't read the chat as much as I should. I like keep flicking back to it. This is my job and I'm bad at it. How am I still here? So yeah, if that is in relation to that, then that's a really good description of it. Where was I? Oh, can you recommend any reference material that takes pets into consideration for one's practice? I'm looking for cleansing sprays that are cat safe. I actually don't know of any books that are specifically about this, but if I would say you need to look up every individual thing that you want to add into it and fully research everything. So if your cleansing spray, for instance, was going to have like rosemary in it, you would want to make sure 100% do as much research as you can to make sure that it's not going to interact with any animals that you have. And it's so painstaking and so frustrating. I do wonder if someone will eventually come out with a book that is specifically about like pets in magic, because that would be cool. I've not seen anything. I might have missed it though, so maybe. Yes, it was. Yeah, that's sorry, I'm doing that tangent thing again. That's exactly what it feels like. When someone has like negative intentions, like I get it when people like come to my stall and they always have this feeling about them that comes first before any of the questions. And it's like this, it's almost like they've like energetically, they've sprayed a bunch of perfume and they've made themselves all up all nice to have this appearance of being really nice, like energetic wise. But when you take more than like a glance at their energy, it's just so wrong. Like I don't know how to describe it. It's just like it's like just a film. It's just like a thin layer of like nicety, and then underneath all of that, it is just like this like ugh. That is what it feels like. And so if you do get that, like genuinely, like think about how they behave. Because like someone said here, I get that sticky feeling from one of my friends. Yeah, I would take a really good look. I wouldn't use it as like I get this feeling once, therefore I'm gonna cut them off kind of a thing. But I would just like take a step back and think about people's actions in that friendship or in a relationship if you're experiencing this energy, and just actually look at, are they doing nice things and are they being nice for you, or are they being nice because they like you being in their life? Because they're two very different things. Like someone being a good friend, they might not see you for months and months and months, but they're still going to be a good friend. Whereas you'll get other friends where they want what you give them, and if you don't give them that frequently enough, then they're not really a good friend. And usually the energy comes first and the actions come later, at least in my experience, because I'll then get people be like, can you tell me exactly how you make this candle, and can you tell me exactly where you buy all of your supplies from? And I'm just there like, I'm not telling you how to rip off my product. Please leave me alone. But I'm too nice, so I won't say that. So I'll just like be really sweet about it and like try and get them to leave really quickly, because I don't like confrontation. Where was I? Oh, here we go. So can the quantity or volume of ingredients determine how powerful a spell could be? That is, if I have a big money bowl, would it make it more powerful, considering it was executed well? This is actually a really interesting one. In some ways, size of items really does matter. In other cases, it's about what you do with it. So we can apply that to many aspects of life, I'm sure. So like, if, for instance, you were to use a candle as a vessel for energy, a like tiny birthday candle is not going to have all that much storage power for energy, whereas a big candle like this is going to have much more potential for storage. And so in that regard, size does matter. But when it comes to herbs and flowers and plant material and all of this kind of thing, I would say, especially when it comes to a money bowl, that it is more about the power of the combination of things rather than any individual thing in volume. So obviously, like if both of them are executed well, like if they're both executed to the same degree, then the larger a volume of herbs you have to add their energy into the working, then that would be in theory more powerful, because not only are you adding your own energy in, but you are also including the energy of every plant and item that you are adding into that working. So if your energy is the same, the bigger a volume of herbs that you have, the more powerful that working will be. But I will just reiterate this by saying that you do not need like massive quantities of herbs to have a powerful working. It is important how you link everything together, and it's most important how you link everything together. It's about infusing everything with your intention, with your own energy, and allowing everything to work collectively together. And if you can allow things to work well together, then that trumps a working with lots and lots of herbs that is poorly executed, if that makes sense. So like the quality of execution is more significant than the volume of items. Right, where was I? I don't know. I'm having a really hard time figuring out where I was in the chat, so I apologize if I missed some. I'm trying to answer as many as I can that I can find. Ooh, a vegan alternative to eggshells for spells and protection. It's not going to be a direct alternative, as in it's not going to have the same texture and you might not be using it in the same way. But if you are after something in that powdered form, like eggshell is often powdered for protection, then you could grind down herbs for protection. So some examples that I use in a ground form would be nettle. And I can do it manually. I have a big like stone pestle and mortar, so you can do it manually. If you're lazy and you don't want to do that, then you can stick them in a coffee grinder. I would have a separate coffee grinder to your coffee though, because otherwise things are going to get weird tasting, and I'm not sure. Nettle coffee might be a thing. It would probably be delicious, but you need to make sure that obviously everything that you are adding in to that coffee grinder is food grade, and not everything is. So coffee grind or pestle and mortar grind some plant matter that represents protection for you. So for me, it is things like bramble. It's also nettle. So I would dry those out, and then I would stick it in a coffee grinder, grind it into the finest powder that I can possibly make, which with a coffee grinder is fairly easy. And then I would then use that as a replacement for egg powder, or eggshell powder. In regard to other things, you can use solid herbs, you can use stones, you can use any number of things, but I think that the powdered herbs is probably the closest substitute that you will probably get. Right, I'm here somewhere. Oh, did you ever connect with the spirit that was knocking along your cabinets in the kitchen? I watched that last night. I actually didn't. So for anyone who doesn't know the story, I'm going to try and remember it as best I can because this was a few months ago. But I'm sitting and I think I was reading. I'm reading and I've got like music on my TV, which is what I always do because I cannot stand silence. You might have noticed. And I can just hear tapping coming from my kitchen, like working down my counters, like down all my cupboards towards the door, which I'm sat by, which is closed. So I'm thinking, oh, that's really weird. I don't want to bring attention to it. So I just ignored it. But every so often, I'd, check my phone, pause the video, see what time it was. And every time I paused, it would just go like silent, deathly silent. And then when I played it again, and I wasn't paying that much attention anymore, it would start again. And it went all the way down the end of my kitchen, like as close as it could to the door without going through the door. And it did this for ages. And then all of a sudden, just disappeared. Have not had it since. So for a while, because I always try and find the mundane problems first, I was like, well, maybe it's like creaking, maybe something's happening with my kitchen, even though my kitchen has been in this house since like 2000. It hasn't done it since. So whatever it was just incredibly transient. And I think it was wanting attention more than anything, because when I didn't give the attention that it was after, it just disappeared. And I suspect that was when it kind of just went, okay, you're boring. I'm going to go and talk to someone else. I'm going to go bother some other poor soul instead. Oh, do you have any recommendations for where I can obtain crystals and stones? I will need to find it. I'm going to rustle for just one moment while I try and find the leaflet that I was given. This might be annoyingly loud for just a minute. Aha, I have found it. So, this is a shop that I found really recently at one of the shows I went to, and I got my bluestone sphere from them. And from talking to them, they seem to genuinely care about where everything is from and where they source everything. They know the mines where things come from and these things, and that's really important to me. So they're called this here, the Crystal Cave. And I'm not sure if you can get any. I'm going to try and stay as still as I can. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to see that. But that is who I found. and they seem really genuine. Obviously, I would recommend doing your own research, making sure that everything fits with what you feel comfortable with. But they gave me this like giant list of like different crystals and like what they're used for, which I think is really cool. But yeah, I felt really comfortable after talking to them to buy my bluestone sphere from them because of everything that they were saying. And so if you are in the UK, I'm not sure if they ship internationally, that could be a good option. Yes, that's very dusty. I'm going to put that there. Oh, right. Where was I? How do you know that your cleansing and protection are working? I'm not actively keeping anything bothering me, if that makes sense, so I'm not really sure. Generally, protection workings are... It's kind of hard to tell that they're working until you can tell that they're working, is the kind of sad thing. But if you aren't experiencing anything, and I mean like anything, then that's a pretty good sign that your protections and cleansings are working. Another good way of testing, I suppose, the technique would be to cast a protection spell on something outside of yourself, like a book, for instance, and then sense the energy of that protection spell. Like after you've cast it, try and sense the energy of it. Sense it gradually over time, and you'll probably find that that protection spell starts waning as your energy starts to be depleted. And then you'll notice that all of a sudden, you will just feel that energy is just gone. And that's kind of a tactile, I suppose, energetically way of sensing that energy and noticing these changes that maybe you don't notice normally. When it comes to cleansings, you can do it with stones and objects. If you have a stone or an object that is particularly high in energy that is outside of yourself, when you give it a cleanse, it will suddenly feel really calm. It won't feel like there's 1,000 different energies on it. It will just feel kind of peaceful. That's at least how it feels for me, anyway. So, where was I? I am always getting lost. How do you feel about baneful magic? I have zero opinion on it in an opposite end of the spectrum kind of a way. I practice a combination of folk and traditional witchcraft, kind of my own custom blend, because I don't really vibe with any set traditional witchcraft tradition, you know, like how a lot of books will have like their own dedicated tradition. I tend to find my own combination of like a blend of like folk magic with traditional witchcraft aspects. And within that kind of practice is this twofold path. And I personally have never understood, and it's why I didn't really vibe all that well with Wicca. It wasn't really for me once I realized my practice, was that folk magic has pretty much always been a twofold path. People would go to folk practitioners and they would ask for both positive outcomes and negative outcomes. Sometimes it was an outcome against someone that they didn't like or someone that they thought had slighted them, and sometimes it was a positive outcome, like wanting good crops this year, you know, that kind of thing. And we see records of this. We have records of curses and of cures all around the world in different kinds and styles of practice. So for me, if anything, it seems counterintuitive to disregard what's essentially the other half of magical practice. Now, I will emphasize here that that doesn't mean that you have to practice it yourself. It's just I find that a lot of books on the subject and a lot of people who practice it will completely demonize a whole aspect of magical practice. It's someone will ask about negative workings and they'll respond with, "Oh, that's not real." And it's like, well, it is real. I mean, you can choose not to practice it, but we can't just remove it from our history entirely. That would be inauthentic. So typically I would always recommend, especially if you're new to witchcraft, that you learn about baneful magic. That doesn't mean you have to cast it. That doesn't mean you have to incorporate it into any of your practice at any point in your life. But it's incredibly useful to know that it's there, to understand the history of it. And it also gives us a better understanding of what to do if that were to be done to us. Because if we don't understand how a spell is carried out, it's really hard to understand how to undo it. So if we can understand how baneful magic is carried out, it does make it easier for us to understand how to undo that working and how to improve our lives by removing it from us. So I am very much happy to learn about it, and I will practice it if I need to. I won't just do it willy-nilly whenever I fancy. I have to be really certain that there's no other outcome to this, but I will still do it if I really need to. When are you going to create a course for beginner witchcraft? I've been asked that quite a few times. I have the worst, what is it called when like you don't feel like you should be in a community? Like you don't feel good enough. I forget what that's called. Imposter syndrome. That's what it is. I have like the worst case of that. Like every day I am like, why am I making videos? Why am I doing this? I shouldn't be doing this. I'm not going to do this. So I don't think I'm the best suited for making a course on witchcraft because I just straight up don't have the confidence to trust myself with it. But we will see. I have things in the works. Let's put it that way. Ooh, can you suggest any witchy things for when the days are shorter? Basically anything that involves the energies of night or darkness. I tend to be less enthusiastic when it's dark, cold, and rainy. Oh, see, I am like a lizard. Don't get me wrong. I love the heat. I love the sunshine. But I love a good cold, dark, torrentially rainy day. So, things we can do in this kind of weather. You have any kind of dream magic, working on astral projection, lucid dreaming, that kind of thing, so you can still be comfy and cozy even though it's nighttime and dark and cold. And I actually find that dream magic for me is more effective when it is cold and dark because I'm not as boiling hot and like I can just relax a bit more and like get cozy and cuddled up under the duvet and all that kind of stuff. You also have any kind of weather magic, calling on that aspect of the weather where it's a bit more dark, it's a bit more miserable, it's a bit damp and wet and rainy. So you can call on that kind of energy, which is useful for mellowing out situations, washing away bad habits, washing away bad situations. Anything like that is pretty useful at this time of year. Well, the time of year we're talking about, not right now. And then anything that is working with spirits is often a lot easier if you aren't well versed in it to do at night. And this is largely because we do not have the kind of stimulus around us. So when it isn't necessarily that spirits are more active at night per se, but we are far more likely to perceive them at night because we are not being bombarded by bright lights and noises and people, and it's too warm and the sun is too bright and everyone's talking and everything's loud. Instead, at night, we are more likely to be aware of what's around us. We are hyper aware because we do not have good night vision, that we are more willing to listen out for things, and we are also less likely to simply describe it as being, oh, well, that's just the printer, or oh, that's just my kids running around, oh, that's just someone outside. When you're alone at night and it's quiet and there's no one around, suddenly the sounds that we would have dismissed as being something else become more real to us. And so often people will have a lot more experiences at night. It isn't because the spirits are only there at night, it's because you're more likely to experience them. And so I find that the dark half of the year is phenomenal for spirit work, ancestor work, communing with them, all that kind of stuff is really, really great. Join the club, hashtag imposter syndrome club. Yeah, I don't know how people do it. I know people at shows and events who are like the most confident people you've ever seen. They're like, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to go and stand on that stage and I'm going to talk to 1,000 people. And I'm like, how do you do that? I second guess everything that I say. I have to give like 1,000 warnings saying like, this is just my own personal experience. Please don't hate me. Some people have like so much confidence with themselves, and I sometimes I want to be like that, and then sometimes I realize that I am not that person, and that's okay too. Where was I? I was about here. Do you answer Instagram DMs? I have a personal question. I asked you that. I am terrible at checking them, but I will go on and try and go through them. if anyone, okay, this is a general thing for anyone who sends me a DM on Instagram. Firstly, I'm terrible at responding to them. You will either get a response from me in like 30 seconds or 2 to 3 business weeks. There is no in between. I am so bad at responding to people, friends included. Sorry, Phil, I'm terrible at responding to you. I'm bad at it. So anyone who sends me a message and then gets a response in like 30 seconds and then they don't hear from me again, please don't take offense at it. It's just me being terrible at communication. I'm terrible at it. Secondly, I get a lot of bots sending me DMs, and they'll usually start it out with like a vague opener. And so typically I don't respond to ones where they're like, hey babe, or hi there, because usually when you respond to it, I then get bombarded with just like a bot. So if you have a question to ask me on DM on Instagram, please feel free to just ask me the question. You don't have to have like small talk at the start of it. Like, that's fine. If you just ask me the question, then I'll know that you're a real person and I can like respond to it safely without being bombarded with like bots, like cam girl bots, which I get a surprising volume of, actually. So yeah, if you're going to send me a DM on Instagram, if you can just tell me what it is that you actually want to ask, then I know that you are actually a real person. Is basically what I'm saying with that. It's so weird but reaffirming to hear people with 100,000 subs having those moments of shy, oh no moments. Oh yeah, I have so many of them. Like, I genuinely don't think that anyone has no oh no moments. I think everyone has a moment of, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? This isn't stupid. I think everyone has those moments. Some people are just better at hiding them, I think. I can't imagine a world where there's people out there who never doubt themselves even a little bit. I don't think that exists. I think there are just people who are far better at hiding their self-doubt. And that's the bonus of editing things, because I can sit and I can edit and I can be like doubting what I'm saying, and like, it's not because it doesn't work for me, it's because I'm concerned that witchcraft is not one size fits all. You know, witchcraft is so variable that I'm like, oh no, but what if someone reads into this the wrong way? What if this? What if that? And then the power of editing comes along, and then I look really confident in all of my videos. But I guarantee that behind the scenes, I have maybe like an hour of footage of me just like freaking out about filming, because that happens a lot. Right. Hay fever. Where was I? Do you believe dragons are real? If so, are they physical creatures or spirits? Is it possible to work with them in spellwork? So I don't work with dragon spirits personally, but I do know a lot of people who do. And in my experience and understanding, they are spiritual beings. And I'm going to reiterate the same channel that I always do, but I don't even know if they are still posting. If they are, I hope they are, because they were really good. If they aren't, they do have some videos on their channel. They are called Azura Dragon Feather, and I believe that they have or do still work with dragon spirits. And so that could be good for more information on the subject, because I personally don't work with them, and I don't have a whole words. I don't have a whole lot of information regarding that subject, but as far as I'm aware, they are spirits that we can work with. Very, very powerful ones as well. Can a haunted house be words. I'm not having a good day with words today, am I? Can a haunted house be haunted as a result of hundreds of people projecting their fears onto that space? Yes. Creating an egregore that is responsible for the hauntings? Yes. And honestly, in my experience, some of the most haunted locations in the world are actually not that haunted. And by that I mean, you'll have a really haunted location, and then a psychic medium will go there, like a proper reputed, not one that's being filmed for TV, like someone that is there for their own curiosity. And they'll come away and they'll be like, I didn't feel anything. And you'll often find that this happens, especially on places that have a lot of that, ooh, it's haunted kind of energy to it. You know, the places that people will always go. you do have to question whether, someone once upon a time might have felt a spirit that came and went. That spirit may be long gone. And from that point onwards, so many people are there thinking about this spirit, thinking about the things that first person experienced. And they're essentially creating an egregore, thought form, however you want to describe it, that is carrying out those actions on repeat, because that is what people expect of the place. And then when you get a psychic medium, for instance, that goes there for their own curiosity, they may feel absolutely nothing. And so I do think that's definitely something that can happen, especially with the places that are frequented, every weekday with people looking for ghosts. I think, if anything, the most haunted locations are the ones that people don't know about, because there's no one there to tell someone who is potentially confused about where they are. Perhaps they don't know that they've died. There's no one there to tell them that they're dead. So there's no one there to allow them to move on to wherever it is that they're going to go. Whereas in a super haunted location, you've got people every day telling them that they're dead. So if they don't want to stick around, they won't. They'll go somewhere else. They'll go do their own things. Yeah, it would. Some haunted... Whoa. I just went through the entire alphabet and still didn't say anything of any value. Draven said some of the haunted locations would still be really cool to spend some time in, to just sit down and see what you see and feel what you feel. They would, definitely. And there's some locations that I would absolutely love to go to. Most of them in America, honestly, because most of the haunted programs out there are in America. And just see what happens. Go in with absolutely no thoughts, like no pre-existing knowledge of what's there, and just kind of see, sit, and experience. And if anything, I think that's what a lot of haunted people tend to do, unfortunately. They'll go into a place knowing all of the history about it, knowing all of the spirits that are assumed to be there and all that kind of thing. And then they'll go, and that's what they're looking out for. They're closed-minded in a way to what might they be experiencing if they weren't so focused on, I don't know, a headless horseman. They're so expecting a headless horseman to ride over a bridge in Salem Cemetery that they are not actually seeing, hearing, or experiencing the activity that's actually happening around them. York has some places. I had a few weird events there. York is a place I would love to go. Absolutely. The Shambles just looks amazing. And I will go one day. One day I will go. You just got possessed by the flash there for a minute. Oh, it glitched. I'm sorry. Hopefully it's back again now. Fingers crossed. Anyway. No, where was I? How would I start? It jumped. How would I start a grimoire or book of shadows was the question. I'm hoping that I haven't lost it. I might have lost it. Oh no, I think I lost it. Anyway, the question was how do I start a grimoire or book of shadows? And the best advice I can give is to just go for it. Doesn't matter what order you put things in. Doesn't matter at all. What is most important in that is just starting, because if you don't, you will regret it later and you realize that you've lost so much of your magical practice. I have experienced this myself. It is an awful, gut-wrenching feeling. And so just start. It doesn't matter if it's messy. It doesn't matter if it's chaotic and crazy. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have a fancy title screen or page or whatever it is that you want to use. Just put pen to paper or put fingers to keyboard, however you want to do it, and just start writing stuff out. Because I have lost so much of my magical practice. I didn't record anything for the first maybe 4 years of my magical practice. I didn't record anything besides bits of notes on random pieces of paper that have been lost to the sea of time. And then my first book of shadows that I ever made, I've lost. And I have no idea where it is. I'm sure it's out in the world somewhere, but I don't know where it is. And so there's such a huge chunk of my magical practice that is just gone. So it doesn't matter if it's messy, just write stuff down, because in 10 years you will think, damn, I wish I'd have just put stuff on paper. Do you have any experiences with Lilith? I actually don't, and I don't have any books on the subject, but if anyone does on specific deities, please let me know. The problem I have with questions always about specific deities is that I do only work with 3. And so anything outside of those 3, I don't typically have books on the subject. I will only know vague information on passing. Can you see your previous lives through dreams? I think it happened to me. You know what? I actually think you can. I have experienced some dreams where I honestly cannot fathom the experience of it. My dreams, I have a tendency to know what is a dream and what isn't. I can often tell the difference between them. And I have had some dreams in the past, not so much recently, where I have known a place so thoroughly and I have known everyone in that place, and it is weird, and then you wake up and it feels like you've left home somehow. Like it feels like you're outside of your space, your safe space again, even though you've never been to that place before that you know of. It's like you've lost that comfort of it. It's the weirdest thing, and you're like, it's one of those feelings where you wake up from that dream and you spend the entire day, maybe even multiple days, just thinking about that place and that dream, and it just won't leave you. And then you might have another one and it'll be the same place or similar people, or even the same people again in a different place, and it just makes you question, like, what is going on here? Because the reason why people do past life regression is it's often done through hypnosis, because this taps into your subconscious mind, the mind that is working behind the scenes but isn't at the forefront. And so people will use things like hypnosis to bring forward that information. So our dreams are part of our subconscious. I would say that you could probably do similar to hypnosis with dreams, where you're calling on that subconscious mind that has knowledge that your conscious mind does not, to gain information. So I'd say it's pretty much the same thing. Right, where was I? I was somewhere over here. Oh, it jumped. Oh no. Oh, I will do this. Oh, thank you so much. ZZ. I think I mean, to me it's Z. I apologize if that's wrong for you. Thank you so much. I'm pretty certain I had this exact same conversation last month as well, and I'm pretty certain that it was Z. Anyway, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It massively helps to support everything that I do here, so thank you. And I've just got to the bit about pennies stuck in ears. Which is, I still can't get past that. Pennies stuck in ears. It makes me feel a bit better knowing that it's smaller than an actual penny. But, like, that's still a lot. Still a lot to get past. Do you have any pets? I don't. I am sadly allergic to most animals. I have found I am so annoyed at my body for being allergic to cats. I am, to everyone around me, a cat whisperer. If there's a cat around, I will pet said cat. I will get that cat to like me, and I will give it all the loves and the little chin scratches in the world, right? I adore cats. I would have 1,000 of them. Well, I wouldn't have 1,000 because that wouldn't be great, but I'd have a lot of cats if I could. But I'm really allergic to cats. And then I realized I'm actually also allergic to dogs, and I'm probably also allergic to most other furry creatures, which is so sad. So, no pets for now, but maybe in the future I will get like a Russian blue cat, because I'm not allergic to those. Turns out it's cat hair, not cat saliva. So, Russian blues I'm pretty certain are fine, but yeah, maybe one day. I love them. I am ferrets. Oh, ferrets. They're so cute. But alas, I would also want a bigger space as well, because I don't live in a particularly large space. So that does make it difficult when you have pets who deserve the world, and I can only give them like a few meters of space, which just isn't fair. Oh, book recommendations for starting my practice. I'm not sure if you've looked at the video, but I have a full video on beginner witchcraft books that I still stand by. I love every book in that video, and I would recommend them 100%. especially Psychic Witch, and I don't think I mentioned it in that video. I might have done, but The Crooked Path by Keldon is absolutely phenomenal. But that video is on my channel. It's in my beginner witchcraft playlist, and also you can just type in like beginner witchcraft books and it should come up on there as well. Oh, also, in regard to books and book reviews, it's a little bit late this month, but the monthly Patreon book review is going up tomorrow. And it is The Black Toad by Gemma Gary. Is it? No, it isn't. It's The Devil's Dozen by Gemma Gary. I nearly got it wrong there. It's The Devil's Dozen. The Devil's Dozen by Gemma Gary is the video that I'm going to try really hard and get it up tomorrow, because I've already filmed it and edited it, but that's going to be up tomorrow for anyone who is waiting for it, because I know that some people are kind of hanging around waiting for when that goes up. We've got any books on familiars, physical and non. Raven Gramassi, Familiars. I forget if that's the entire title of the book. I would get up and get it, but honestly, I've lost all willpower to get up and try and find a book in this mass of books behind me. So it is by Raven Gramassi, and it is called Familiars. I think I will actually check. The Witch's Familiar by Raven Gramassi is what it's called. It covers both physical and non-physical familiars. My favourite section, unsurprisingly, is the bit on non-physical spiritual familiars, because they fulfill all of the roles of a familiar to me in my practice. So that one is really good for that, especially the seals and sigils for binding and entering into a familiar contract. That's super useful, and you can adapt those to working with servitors as well if you do plan on creating one of those. Can you summon a familiar, as in call and await an answer? Yes, you can. It's obviously going to depend on the relationship that you have with the individual familiar, same as with servitors. But if you do have that agreement, and you also have the familiar house, which I would typically recommend people have, because it just makes it easier to have like a physical resting place for your familiar, as in like a spirit familiar, I mean. Then you can utilize their name if they give you their name, or there will often be a sigil involved, a seal that is created for this specific purpose that allows you to summon that familiar back to you again if perhaps they've gotten themselves into trouble, and if there are things that you want to work with them and you really want their aid. Is Raven trustworthy? I just heard some things against him. I mean, I enjoy some of his books, but I apply the same rules with everything. I take what's useful, I leave everything else. Not every book written by every single person is going to be good, but I really enjoy The Witch's Familiar, and I find the stuff in there to be incredibly useful in my own practice. Do with that information what you will, but honestly, if you look hard enough at basically every author of a certain time period within the witchcraft community, you will essentially get the same. You'll find some shit somewhere. You know, there's always something somewhere. So I just take what's useful and leave the rest. Oh my goodness, thank you. Mr. Nimbus Overcast. I love that name. Mr. Nimbus Overcast. I like it. Your opinion on weather magic. Firstly, thank you so much for the donation. It means a lot. Weather magic is one of those polarizing subjects I have found within the magical community. At least it was about 10 years ago. I don't know if it still is now. That's how out of the loop I am. But I think it can be incredibly useful and powerful in many ways, but I think some people go too big. So it's really great for drawing on energy. So a rainstorm has completely different energy to me than a lightning storm, which has completely different energy from fog to a hot day to a cloudy sky. All of these things are slightly different. And the energy that you can draw on is so variable that you can essentially have an entire plethora of energy sources just from the weather, especially if you live somewhere like England, where in like one day you can have like 4 different types of weather. I'll be honest though, the most icky feeling kind of weather for me energy-wise is overcast. I don't know what it is. It just has this bleh is the best way I can describe the energy. I don't like it, but everyone's going to be slightly different. It all has its own different feels that you can then draw in and add into your spellwork and ritual for lots of different things. I then also do consider short-term, localized weather magic to be really useful, and it can be really successful. But it's important to remember that when we are dealing with weather systems, there is so much at play there, and anything large scale or like really far away is going to be so difficult for us to alter and affect, because there's just so much going on there. There are so many things at play to make it thunder, for instance, or there's so much at play to make it a bright, sunny, hot day. So short term, I have found storm magic to be particularly powerful for myself personally. And in a short term area, in a limited space. But I do see people trying to achieve like mass changes by themselves. And I do think that that is a little bit too far-fetched. To me, it's the equivalent of attempting to influence a Taylor Swift concert of concert goers. You know, one person influencing an entire stadium of people, possibly from miles away, is something that I don't think many of us would achieve alone. And even if we achieved it with a group of people, it would probably be limited. To me, the same applies when it comes to weather. If we're trying to affect tens of thousands of miles away, a giant, lightning storm or a hurricane or something, we are not necessarily going to have enough energy to really truly influence it. I would stick more close to home. But yeah, I really enjoy weather magic. I mean, Tay-Tay could do it. I mean, that's true, Tay-Tay can do it. But with magic, maybe Tay-Tay can do it with magic. I don't think most people could, though. Where have we got to? I'm trying to figure out where I was. I am completely lost again. The most difficult, this is about language from earlier, the most difficult language is Welsh. I'm trying, but it's so difficult. I have been trying so hard with Welsh. I lived there for years. And I only know that Araf is slow. And that bore da is good. Is that good? Good night? Good day. Good day. Bore da. Yeah. I'm bad at languages. Welsh is really difficult though, I'll be honest. Right. I'm trying to figure out where I was. Do you change your practice when feeling burnt out? Is it common or just me? No, I definitely do. I will change up what I'm doing. I will read different books. I will find different resources, anything that I can to get myself out of it. And also I will take a step back. I've obviously done, I say obviously, you might not know, I've done a video on burnout that I had really bad last year, like so bad. I could not do anything basically in my magical practice. I was so frazzled. And so I essentially just picked up a whole bunch of hobbies that I had never done or I hadn't done in ages. And I actually, just a few months ago, was experiencing, Borida's good morning. Okay, that's what it is. I had this period of time where I realized I have not picked up a witchcraft book in 3-4 months. That's really unlike me. And so I decided to pick up watercolors. And it's actually massively helped. I find that completely changing up what I'm doing is so useful. Just to shake up my mind and my practice just a little bit. So I've just taken up watercolor sketches, which is not what I was expecting to do at all, but it's actually really calming and really nice. Imagine the energy you could absorb from a Taylor Swift concert. The energy is beyond anything I've experienced. Yeah, no doubt, honestly. Like, I'm not a massive Taylor Swift fan, but I have seen all of like the reels on Instagram of the Eras tour, and it just looks mad. Like, so much energy. Everyone is just like loving it. I feel like I should probably listen to Taylor Swift a bit more, but it just isn't my kind of music, I don't think. Oh, here we go. I'm curious how other people see their energies. So with me, it's not a see so much as it is a feel. So it feels, I don't know how to describe it. It's because I'm always like pushing out my energy to sense other people's energies that I can feel when there's something different. And when there's something different, that is someone else's or something else's energy that is like interacting with my energy. And that when two energies meet, it feels a certain way. And different feelings that I get from that will determine whether I perceive something as being positive, negative, strong, weak. It's usually this like buzzy, tingly feeling, but when something is really powerful, it makes everything feel like it goes dead heavy. And that's how I kind of feel that. And it's not so much like a see, it's definitely more of a sensation that I'm getting. It's a little bit like a staticky feeling and then like heaviness. It's kind of hard to describe actually if you've never felt it. Why did I struggle so much with that word? Oh goodness. If I'm simply making my coffee with intention, do I need to ground afterwards? I mean, not really. I mean, the purpose of grounding is to draw energy up from the earth to ensure that we are not depleting our own personal energy and then returning back any excess energy we have left so that we can always be in equilibrium. If you are not really depleting enough of your energy to cause a problem, then you don't need to draw up additional energy. Especially just with intention and just stirring it into a drink, for example, that isn't necessarily enough to deplete your personal energy, whereas a large ceremony with multiple stages and different people probably would be enough to deplete your energy. So it's just about deciding what's worth kind of returning that energy to you for, because just something with intention I don't think is necessarily enough to cause any problems. I want to know when I'm safely able to practice, and right now I'm confused as to what deities I should work with. Could this be because of divine timing, or do I need to do more research? Oh, okay, so this is like a multiple question. So I want to know when I'm safely able to practice. This is going to vary for everyone. The one rule of thumb that I would say, you'll know when you are safe to practice when you are capable of understanding how to get yourself out of a tricky situation. It's a little bit like a lot of things that we do in life. You know, don't go on the hike if you don't know how to get back safely. Don't climb up that rock unless you know how to get yourself back to the ground without breaking an ankle. The kind of thing applies to witchcraft of, sure, anyone can do a spell at any time with absolutely no understanding of how to get themselves out of it. And a lot of the time that will work out just fine. But if it doesn't, who are you going to call on for help? And if the answer is, I don't know, then I would say, not quite yet. Give yourself a bit more time so that you know that you can get yourself out of that situation. Because it's all fine and dandy if someone is in a coven environment and they're really new and they fuck up, because there's other people there who can help, you know, to get yourself out of that situation. Maybe it's a spirit that's attached onto you, maybe it's a working that's backfired, these kind of things. But if you are all alone and you ask yourself, if this goes wrong, can I find a solution to it? And the answer is no. Then I would spend a bit more time learning about cleansings, learning about protections, learning about banishings, you know, the things that you will need if something goes wrong, goes tits up, basically. That's my general rule of thumb. Some people will feel comfortable getting themselves out of situations in weeks. Other people won't feel comfortable for years, and it's entirely dependent on the individual. The next bit of it was, right now I'm confused as to what deities I should work with. This one is also very variable because you don't have to work with any of them. Not every practitioner works with deities or spirits or angels, fae, or anything. So I would say you need to ask why you want to work with a deity. Is there a specific reason that you want to work with a deity? Is it something that you can do yourself? Is it going to add to your practice, or is it causing you extra stress? Because generally speaking, the relationship with a deity is twofold. So it's like back and forth. You are pushing one way and they are pushing back again. And where you two meet, that is your interactions with one another. If you are pushing and there is no one pushing back, you are not going to achieve anything. And also, if you aren't comfortable to work with a deity, or you don't really know why you want to work with a deity, they could be pushing and it means absolutely nothing to you because you are not in quite the right headspace and you don't really know what you're after, and so you don't know what to look for. So I'd say if you're starting your practice, don't worry about deities. It's not to say that you shouldn't work with them or that you can't work with them, but I would say if you're concerned about not knowing what's right, then take a pause for a moment, develop your practice, and then you'll find over time that information will become more clear. And you may well find that deities will start reaching out to you, and then you can start building a relationship that way. Oh, thank you so much, Belle. You said you got that book so quick. Now that bookshelf is organized. So awesome, Hearth. Thank you so much. Honestly though, I'm still kind of struggling with the bookshelf because it relies on me remembering what a book is called and not just the color of a book, but I'll get there. It is a lot better though now I've actually found a technique for organizing that actually helps. I'm trying to figure out where I was. Ooh, do you have any recommendations or thoughts on mermaids and mermaid magic? I find that it's generally negative with their spirit, but with the archetype it seems a bit different. I've actually noticed the exact same thing. I have had one encounter, just one, with a mermaid, and I would not wish it on anyone. It was awful. It was not nice at all. It was... it wasn't good. I was in Wales and I went down to a pier and you can just see it in the water and you can hear it. And like, I guess the only way I can describe it is that it makes sense what people say about like sirens and mermaids singing, but it did not sound good or positive or attractive or desirable. It didn't make me want to get close to it, let's put it that way. And the closer you do get to it, it's this awful, awful energy coming off it. And I'm like, yikes. I thought mermaids were meant to be lovely. And I wasn't the only one that was there. And other people who were with me were like, oh, what? So I'm going to work on the principle that just like with other groups of spirits, not every spirit is going to be the same. Not every spirit is going to be nice. But I've often found that spirits in books and like the general archetype tends to be very different from individual spirits. So I might have just found a bad one and other people might find good ones. When it comes to books on them though, I have yet to find a book on mermaid magic that does not solely focus on the archetype, which I don't know if that's what you're after. But a lot of the books on mermaids are specifically about the mermaids in mythology and folklore and stories and how you can use this archetype in your magical practice. Emphasis on archetype, because most books on mermaid magic are not actually about mermaids at all. They're about an archetype, a fantasy of a type of spirit, basically. So if anything, I'd say if you want to work with them as spirits, connect with the water element. That could be through a book on the water element or just personal connections with it. You'll probably gain a lot more information about physical, I say physical, but I mean like non-archetypal merfolk through interaction with the water element than you will through books about the archetype of merfolk. And I also think it could set people up for a bit of confusion when they actually encounter a merfolk spirit and it's not at all what they were expecting. Do you have any music recommendations which you may listen to when doing witch practices to enhance the energy? Yeah, I do, yes. I have a Spotify account, which I think it's linked on some of my Sabbath videos, but not all of them. I'm going to have to try and find a way of like posting it so that people can find it. And I have playlists for different Sabbaths. And I also have a general witchy playlist. But if you don't have Spotify, on my YouTube channel in the playlists section, there is a playlist that I don't think I created. I think it's the Let's Keep Music Pagan playlist. So you can just search that in YouTube as well. Let's Keep Music Pagan, and there's a playlist, and all of that music is great. So I will use a lot of that when I'm preparing for workings, not necessarily when I'm doing them, But there's a few songs where if I find a song is particularly good for that working and I resonate with it really well, I'll put it on repeat and I'll just have it on repeat for the entire working. Okay. Where do you stand on using pop culture characters or characters from fiction in the craft, like using a Sailor Moon statue for a moon ritual or as a replacement for a deity or deity archetype? I like it, personally, because, and I know I talk about this in most live streams, but there is not really all that much difference to me personally. Oh, post it in the community tab. I will do that. Sorry, that's about the music. I just clicked on that. Where was I going with this? I just completely lost my train of thought. Where was I? Pop culture, yes. There is no real difference to me between people in history following a specific deity that they believed was associated with something, and no one had seen that deity per se, but they'd seen representation of that deity and it was significant to them in their life, and so they followed them. And the people who absolutely adore Sailor Moon and love everything about it, and it represents the moon for them, and it's really deeply connective in their life and it means a lot to them. To me, those two things are basically the same. It's that strong belief, that association, that connection, and that is really important. Now, whether you would necessarily call them a deity or just an archetype or a figure is going to depend, but I do think that they can be incredibly powerful. Right, I'm trying to figure out where I was again. I genuinely don't know where I was. Oh, I completely missed this. I am so sorry, Olivia. I completely missed this. I have some people come into the studio and I can just tell when they want something from me that's more than just learning in class. Yeah, no, I feel that one. And I completely missed that during when you actually posted it. Oh, I am terrible at communicating with people. I'm really, really bad at it. Oh, here we go. Do you have any suggestions on how to get over the fear of messing up my spells? It's not that I don't think they will come into fruition, but that somehow I'll mess them up. I think ultimately this comes down to, as I mentioned earlier about how do you know when you're ready to cast spells, is, I suppose, break it all down. What is the worst thing that will happen if you mess it up? Like, actually, what is the genuine, not the worst case scenario, but what is the most likely thing that's going to happen if you mess up a spell? It won't manifest. Okay, well, if it doesn't manifest, then you can just do it again. That's fine. Doesn't matter how many tries it takes you to do it, as long as you do it, right? It could go a bit astray. Okay, well, if you know how to undo that spell and to cleanse that space, it's not really going to be too much of a problem because you can null that spell before it becomes an issue. Or, well, it might latch back onto me again if I do it wrong. Well, if you can cleanse yourself and you have protections up, then that isn't really going to be a problem because you can resolve it. When you can counter every issue that you might have, then I think it's time to go, I just need to give myself some peace with this. Because usually if you mess up a spell, worst case scenario is it doesn't manifest. That's usually the outcome, especially if you mess it up catastrophically. It has to be a really unusual working for you to mess it up and for it to cause massive problems. So generally I'd say give yourself some grace with this because generally speaking, you won't mess it up. I trust that you won't mess it up because the fact that you care so much about messing it up means that you're more careful about what you're doing and you're far less likely to mess it up than someone who's going in all gung-ho and has absolutely no regard for whether they mess it up or not. So if you know how to undo your spells, if you know how to cleanse, if you know how to protect, you're in a pretty good space there so that even if something does go wrong, it's not going to be a disaster in any way. Right. If I use herbs for health, can that still be a spell? Are you imbuing them with energy or carrying out spell work and ritual? Because if you're using herbs for health like a herbalist, then I wouldn't necessarily say that that is a part of witchcraft or magical practice. However, if you are utilizing energy, intention, goals, manifestation, ritual, spell work, even if you're using the herbs for health, then I would say it falls into magical practice and would be considered a spell. that make sense? I hope so. How do you really block someone from bringing a negative energy into your family? I mean, really stop that person from being around. That, however, is not always going to be an option. So really would be to ensure that you are cleansing regularly, protecting your space and your energy so that even if they do come with that energy, it isn't going to stick. It's probably the best outcome. It's more likely and probably easier than just stopping someone from being around. Ooh, have you read Cunning Words, A Grimoire of Tales and Magic? I have not, but now I need to add that to my list. And I am very annoyed that I didn't see this message earlier. I am so sorry. I'm really bad at this. So I'm going to add that to the list. And yeah, let's see how that is. I'm actually going to Glastonbury again in a few weeks, so I'm going to see if I can get it while I'm there. That would be really cool. Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay. I need to figure out where I was again. Do you see the trend of witchcraft kind of dying down now? Seems really aesthetic for a while. Seemed like certain platforms made it aesthetic. Yeah, I do definitely see it. I can usually see it in views. I'll be honest, that's typically how I see it, because obviously during the height of witchcraft obsession with like young teenagers, views were massively high, and it was a lot of people who were very beginner to the craft, whereas now I'm seeing that there's kind of a steadying out, and it's mostly people who are more experienced in the craft, and I think that definitely does show a trend. I have been fortunate or unfortunate enough, I suppose, to see three massive popularity spikes in witchcraft over the years, and they always come and go, and that is typically how it is. I'm definitely seeing that people are starting to drop off it a little bit, and if anything, I think that might be because mainstream celebrities have started to talk about it. That's typically how I find it always goes with witchcraft, is it gets like super popular, like it's this like undercurrent to society, and then a few really prominent figures such as Megan Fox will start talking about practicing witchcraft, and all of a sudden people are like, oh, now it's cringe and they'll just drop off the bandwagon. And I've seen that so many times now. I think that's probably what's happening. Like Instagram and TikTok had like a really big thing for a while with witchcraft, and now we're moving on to water talk, which was so weird to learn about that. That was nuts. We do see cycles of it. It will come back around again. It always does. It usually follows a big event that happens. So in the case of the past few years, I think everyone can collectively agree that the entire world experienced a massive event, and people wanted control in their lives. They wanted to have something to hold on to that they could work and that they could use. Some people turned to religion. A lot of people started looking into witchcraft. This is something that we see time and time again. It will inevitably happen again. And if it does, then that just introduces a whole new wave of beginners to witchcraft. A lot of them won't stick it out. A lot of people from a few years ago have dropped off the bandwagon, and that's fine. It's not going to be for everyone. But the popularity of it will allow more people to find that path, whereas maybe before they would never have. Oh dear. Let's have a look. Do I have a ban on the word demon in the chat? I don't know. So if any messages aren't coming through, it could be a YouTube glitch. It could be that it's too long for the stream. But yeah, I don't have any bans on any words like that. I don't think I have any bans on any words, actually. Let's have a look. Where were we? Right, where was I? I was somewhere around here. Oh no! Here we go. Wait, here we go. Do you have any recommendations that look into Arthurian mythos through an occult lens? No. And that is because, same with a lot of books on this subject, if we're talking about like either mythos or history, what will often happen is gaps are filled, links are made, connections are drawn. I have yet to find a book on Arthurian legend from a witchcraft perspective that does not like jump through hoops to connect deities to Arthurian characters and like serious events to Arthurian legend and like all of that. Like, I have yet to find any book that doesn't do that in particular. So I'm still looking. I find the Arthurian legend really fascinating. I'm actually going to Tintagel later on in the year, so that will be really interesting because then I get to kind of get a real feel of the birthplace of King Arthur, and hopefully I will find a good book on the subject in the area because that would be really interesting. Right. Do you have any books on hedge witchcraft? The book I got on the subject was very watered down and I'm looking for a better source. I'm curious to know what book you actually got on the subject, because when it comes to hedge witchcraft, it is a very individual practice, because ultimately it is astral projection. So if you want a book on astral projection, you can always look for books on astral projection. It's the same thing, just under a different name. Because a lot of books on hedge witchcraft, such as Ray Beth's Hedge Witch, they are good to a degree. Like, I will still enjoy the book, but a lot of the information in them is through the lens of the practitioner, as is always the case. And a lot of them will also include very vague descriptions of things. Hedge Witch by Ray Beth, I thought it might have been. So it's one of those where it's, I don't know how to describe it. A lot of these ones are they're vague because people's experiences are so personal. It becomes difficult to have a step-by-step guide for how to carry out something like astral projection, because astral projection is such an individual thing. Everyone is going to be slightly different with it. My astral projection may feel completely different to someone else's astral projection, and that makes it really difficult to write about. So, what hedge witchcraft often is for a lot of people is a combination of astral travel or astral projection and mixtures of green witchcraft and cottage witchcraft. That's what most books on hedge witchcraft tend to be. Some books like Ray Beth's Hedge Witch are also about Wiccan practice. So if you want something really in-depth, I would say instead of looking for one book on hedge witchcraft, you do some research on astral projection as a singular topic, as well as green witchcraft. And that combination tends to be a good mix, as well as looking at working with spirits of the land and spirits of place. That could be nature spirits, that could be land wights, because hedge witchcraft is often deeply personal. It's rooted to the land. It's based off plants that are local to you, spirits that are local to you, and astral projection. And so that is probably the best way of getting kind of a good overview of the practice and then adapting it to suit what it is that you're after. Which I know is kind of a frustrating answer because it's not like the easy one shot that a lot of people want for it, but it's probably the easiest way and the most effective way of doing it. Where was I? It bounced again. I'm not doing very well at this today. That was the Arthurian legend one. Where was I? What causes people to cause problems with electronics by just being near them? Registers, computers, etc. tend to glitch often when I'm near them. Usually it's your energy field. Possibly it's too large, perhaps it's erratic and it's reaching out to other things. It might also be that your energy is not balanced. So if you don't have an even level of energy and it's quite low, you may well find that your energy is by default reaching out to energy rich sources, which can include things like electronics. So that could be something to look out for. Could be worth doing some grounding, drawing up some additional energy, more than perhaps you think you need, and seeing if the same thing occurs. And if it doesn't, then it's probably that your energy was just a little bit too low. Right, I'm going to go through the last few questions really fairly quickly because it's been over 4.5 hours. So I'm going to go through the last few ones. If you have any additional questions, feel free to post them and I will do what I can to get through them. Let's have a look. Where would I be? How do you feel about transmuting energy into your power rather than shielding from it when the energy feels negative that's coming at you? Any tips on that? When I think of this, I imagine Zuko from Avatar: The Last Airbender when he can bend lightning. You know that scene? Those scenes, should I say? I will say that it can be done, and it can be very effective when it's done. However, it requires focus. And so I think it can be incredibly useful if you are able to focus on it. But if you are in an environment where you aren't able to focus fully on it, you might find that you're just having the negative effects of the energy and you aren't actually able to turn it around fast enough to not be a problem. So I'd say maybe a combination of both. I think it could be a really useful technique, just not for all circumstances. Do I have protections against shadow stuff? I like the terminology, shadow stuff. I have protections against anything that will cause harm. I have plenty of shadow people. I don't find shadow people to be a problem. I find them to be really nice, actually. I love shades. So my protections are against negative influence rather than spirits and anything shadowy as a whole. How to get rid of shadow people? This is another one where I'm going to ask a rhetorical question of why do you need to get rid of them? Now, of course, there may well be a legitimate need, in which case you would do your protections, you would do your cleansings, you would ask them to leave. If that didn't work, you should do a banishing. And generally with banishings, it is cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect. And that's typically the order you do it in to make sure that everything is gone. So cleanse first, banish, cleanse, protect. And that's a good way of kind of sealing everything up again. However, a lot of people want to get rid of shadow people because they're scared of their appearance and because they're uncertain of who they are and what they are. And if that's the case, then I would say take some time to get to know them. Shades, I have never met a nasty shade. That's not to say they don't exist. But shadow people and shades, I use the terms interchangeably, for me, have been some of the sweetest spirits I've ever interacted with in my entire life. They enjoy observing, they enjoy spending time around people and just being there and just watching. But if you get too close, they tend to run away and wander off because they don't necessarily like interaction. They just like kind of looking in from the sidelines. So if you feel the need to get rid of them, cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect. You can just ask them to leave, and a lot of the time they will, because they don't necessarily want to make you uncomfortable. They just want to be present with you. Otherwise, I'd say you can just let them be, and generally they're pretty okay with it. Are you the only witch in your family? I mean, that I know of, though maybe there were others. I am not sure at all. What are some cool candle rituals I could use? I've got 4 candles I got on Beltane: green, red, gold, and blue for the elements. Really, with that combination, you could do anything. Anything that works with the elements in combination with one another, you can do. That could be a blessing, that could be a cleansing ritual, a banishing ritual, anything where you want to work with the 4 elements, or you could work with each candle individually and use their representation as in their colors. That's a good option, but honestly, the list is endless. I could be here for weeks just listing out every spell or ritual you could do. Oh no, it jumped. I did answer your question, Rose, about an hour ago. If it was the one that was posted earlier, I did answer your question because I recognize your heart-shaped profile picture. Sorry, it just bounced. I'm going to scroll back up to where I was and then I'm going to keep going. Where was I? I was about here. I want to build into adding supplies into my routine and craft. What would you suggest? I'm wanting to invest in some crystals and candles. However, I'd love to know any other supplies you'd recommend. Really depends on your practice. I would stick to things that you're definitely going to use rather than just things that might sit and gather dust. So consumable items, I don't mean like edible items, I mean items you will consume, like candles, incense, and herbs, as well as oils are really useful because they aren't just going to sit and gather dust over time. You might use them up really quickly, in which case you can replace them. If it takes you more than a few years to use something up, then you aren't using it that much and then you don't need to replace it. Magical tools can be useful if they are part of your tradition, but if they aren't, then they could just sit by the wayside. If anything, if you're going to invest money into anything, I would say books and resources are probably better than objects and items, especially if you aren't certain on what you're going to use. Any good books on forest witchcraft? Not that I know of. Most books will include an aspect of forest witchcraft if they are more like green based. So if they're green witchcraft, they may include a section on forest witchcraft. But because more advanced, specialized magical practice is so individual, you don't actually find that many books on like super duper specialized topics. They're often like a general topic with aspects that are more specialized. Oh, that's a really creepy thing to say. I'm not digging on you for it, but to say, I think it's past your bedtime, young lady, to a grown-ass woman that you don't know. Kind of a bit odd, I'm gonna say it. Kind of a bit odd. Your thoughts on AI and witchcraft? I don't like AI, like, at all. I think it's really hazardous. I think it's going to cause a lot of problems. We're seeing a lot of AI-produced witchcraft books, which are just stealing content from legitimate authors and content creators, and then regurgitating them for the profit of a giant corporation. I don't like it all that much. I think it can have its uses, but I think it has a lot of hazards that maybe override it a little bit. Oh my goodness. Not Queen. I love your name. That's such a cool name. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you did enjoy the stream, as well as J-Bone. I'm really sorry that you've had so many problems posting your messages through. I don't know why. So I'm going to try and go into YouTube's system and see if there's something in there that's stopping like long messages or something. I don't know, but I really hope that you've enjoyed it nonetheless, and hopefully I can get that sorted. Fingers crossed. Do you have any recommendations for magical places to visit in South Wales? I don't know South Wales all that well, but I'm sure that there definitely will be a lot out there. I just mostly know like North and Central Wales. Have you ever had any experience with sleep paralysis? Do you think the demon could actually be a spirit of some kind? I've had experience with it, and I don't think so. Sleep paralysis is a known phenomena. They know what causes it. It's a scientific medical thing that happens when the wakingness and the consciousness of the body and the mind do not line up. So we are partially in sleep, partially awake, and the fear of being paralyzed causes the subconscious part of the mind to produce fearful images, and then we get sleep paralysis demons. I've known a lot of people with sleep paralysis, and I've been in the same room as people who have been experiencing sleep paralysis. Never, not once, have I ever felt a presence in that room that was not the people that were already in that room. So for me, I think it's just a mental creation due to the event that's happening. But obviously, people are going to have different opinions on it. Oh, goodness, it jumped. Any books or resources on energy magic itself? Not really, because there are no resources for it. If we're talking about force of will magic, like I mentioned earlier, it is not force of will magic if you have to follow a written guide of how to carry it out. that would then make it a ceremony or a ritual. The force of will magic that I mentioned is literally just a force of desire and will. There are no step-by-step guides. There's no written plan to follow, because once you get to that point, it is now ceremony, which then falls outside of it being just sheer force of will. If we're talking books on energy work, then I always talk about Psychic Witch by Matt Oren, because I do think it's a phenomenal book. But in terms of force of will magic, there's not really anything specific on it. Oh, and then someone asked, what do you think of Psychic Witch? I love it. Absolutely love it. Really, really good book. I recommend it to basically any beginner who wants to learn about energy work and energy magic. I found a shell in my backyard. I live in the middle of Idaho, nowhere near the sea. Is that normal? Should I be worried? Don't want to spam my question, but it's been skipped a few times. Oh, I'm so sorry. It must have been when it all jumped. I don't think you should be worried. A lot of birds will carry shells from long distances. Shells are also found in fresh water. It could also be a shell from a restaurant, a fishmonger's, anything like that. I wouldn't necessarily be worried at all. How do you transmute one energy to another? You would take it, in the question that was asked earlier about it, you would take in the energy that is negative from a situation. You would kind of absorb it into your own energy so that you dilute that negative energy, add more of your positive energy and intention into it, and then you can direct it out for a positive end, basically, is the briefest way I can describe that. Right, where was I genuinely cannot figure out where I was. Oh, I made your day last stream by calling out the Bible Belt. I'm so glad I made your day. That is an amazing thing to know. Where did you find your art prints? So my art prints are from a combination of independent artists that I've got from small businesses. So where am I? This one is from Redbubble. This one is from Redbubble or Society 6. Society 6. This one's from... Where am I? This one's from Society 6. This one is from Society 6, I think. This one is from a small independent artist. This one is from a small artist, but I don't think they create art anymore. This is from Redbubble or Society 6, I forget. That one is from an independent artist. And that one behind me, the massive gold one, is from the Witchcraft Museum in Boscastle. But it is created by an artist called Sin Eater. On Instagram, and their art is just absolutely amazing. If I could have every piece of their art, I would, but I could not afford it and I would not have the space for it. But it's just amazing. Whew. Can you have more than one spell going at once? Like say one after the other while the previous candle is still burning with its intention? Yes, but I would put them in different spaces. Doesn't necessarily have to be different rooms, but I would put them a distance from one another so that that close energy is not interfering with one another. So, that was a lot. That was a lot of questions. I have one here from Eddie. Thank you so much, Eddie, for your donation. It massively, massively helps me. And I'm just so glad that people enjoy the content. I have a little thing. I was meant to put this on the screen earlier and I didn't. I was meant to put that on. Did that come up? I'm not sure. But if you do enjoy the streams, please give the video a like. It lets YouTube know that you like it and that you want to see more of them, basically, because YouTube's not very good at recommending content even to people who are subscribed to me. So if you do like content, it massively helps, and it helps promote it to YouTube that you actually like it. Try copying and pasting questions into a Word document. That may help. Honestly, I'd be here forever. I can't copy and paste the entire chat. I have to do one at a time, and I think I'd spend so much time doing that I would never get anything finished. So maybe one day I can find something that I can do. Okay, I'm going to do this one question just before we go, and then I'll say goodbye. So I'd like to do a banishing spell, but I'm afraid of that I will do something wrong and it will backfire and I will end up without a job or in a worse situation. Any advice? I have a video on spell backfire, and I'd recommend you watch it. I know it sounds like I'm like self-promoting, but I genuinely would, because it's useful to know why spells backfire. People always ask me, well, you talk about why they backfire, but how do you stop them from backfiring? And the answer is you do the exact opposite of what causes them to backfire. So one of the common reasons that banishing spells backfire is not because you've done the spell wrong. It is because you are not releasing that energy. So you have a banishing spell in your energy field. If you release that energy, it goes off and banishes whatever it is that you are trying to banish. If you keep it in your energy field, it will banish things in your own life. That's why the energy work is so important. So I wouldn't be concerned. I would be cautious. Make sure that you release your energy. Make sure you are directing it to something that is not strongly protected, and so it might ricochet back onto you again. And also make sure you have your personal protections so that you can protect the things that are important in your life so they don't get banished. So that's a lot of words. With that being said, it has been nearly 5 hours. This has been my longest stream in possibly a year. So thank you so much everyone for coming along. Thank you to everyone who has sent messages and sent donations. It is so useful for keeping this channel going. I know I've said that a lot, but I feel like I really need to emphasize that point. But you do not have to donate if you are not able or do not want to. Simply liking the video, commenting on it, interacting with it, all of that stuff massively helps me, and it helps tell YouTube that you like my content, which would be really great. So this live stream will be posted on YouTube. It does take about 3 to 4 hours for it to be processed, so it's a little bit of a wait, but when it is up, it will be available for you to watch, and then you can pause and play it to your heart's content along with all of the others on my channel. I think I didn't delete them. I privated some of the earlier ones because they were really old. I think I have maybe 20 live streams that are like 4 hours long on my channel with loads of questions in them, if that is something that you would like to peruse at your own leisure. So with that being said, I hope you have a marvelous magical day. The Patreon video will go up tomorrow, fingers crossed. I will have hopefully a new video going up next Wednesday, though I've not filmed it yet, and that's kind of stressful. And I will see you in another video or another live stream. So thank you so much, and I will see you soon. Okay, bye.